I have, which basically died. I have a mint plant that is a chocolate mint, and it more or less was dead. I had like a little living thing of root about that big because it got like flash frozen dead over the winter, this past winter.
Hope it's
and
a fun fork.
so I'm trying to repropagate it into like 10 or 12 different clippings. I should, what I probably should do is just do a plants tour at some point soon. Mint is immortal, but like it can die back and need a reboot, which is currently what it's doing. So I've got a little pot with like 5 different clippings in it that are planted in dirt, and then I've got 4 more in water. So we need a plant store. I can't do that because they would go invisible on the green screen right now, but if you join the Discord, there's a room where I post pictures of plants periodically. So this elf was born in 877. His unknown parents and is lord of the romantic sin, but is also imprisoned by the hatred of generals and lives in a dark pit called of the Flies of Warding. The romantic sin is a goblin group in the mythical realms. Oh, I see. So the ripe conflagrations were taken over by the Flies of Waiting, and the ripe conflagrations was an elven collection of outcasts in the mythical realm. They began in 198, and they appear to have been completely obliterated by goblins over the past few decades. I mean, these are all them getting attacked repeatedly by goblins. Has this just been an ongoing thing? Oh, there was a point where they didn't lose. Oh my god. This is like almost like a 900 years world. Like a 900 years war between this group. The elf fooled the ripe conflagrations into believing she was the elf monster slayer of the cavern loots, the ripe conflagrations. That is something. The elf Wanu was impaled on a hazelwood spear. Man. This is a brutal war that like between the elves and the goblins that began like in pretty much with this. Like this elf fooled a member of the ripe conflagrations, and then there's a bunch of trickery going on here, and then the Flies of Warding attacked the flesh tail of dreams of the ripe conflagrations, and the malignant fence, and the goblins Snowdub, the fiend ghouls, the fence of armor led the attack, and the defenders were led by the elf Yawu Wisegloss. And it took off from there. And then they impaled Yawu Wisegloss on a spear. Yawu Wisegloss was a criminal in the flesh tale of dreams, and the princess of the wisps of murk. So this person was a some sort of royalty, but they were struck down by a goblin and then impaled. Then after that, the wars just took off. Well, that is brutal, genuinely. Well, 700 years war. I mean, it started in the year 200 and went into the year 1000. But let's take a peek around, shall we? Well, we've got rocks that are alive. 84 notable kills. 160 other kills. Do you have any family? Those are all of their enemies. Jesus. The Mountain Fellowship of Counselors is a good name. You know that this is a big world and an old world when there's a bunch that never even existed because they don't have entries. Got a Hydra that's dead, a Bronze Colossus. Okay, this is a 1,000-year-old world. How many kills do you think this top Bronze Colossus has? Who won? It's still ongoing. Vexus. Although their leader is currently imprisoned. 1,000. Their name is Thur. 268 other kills, and notable kills are... If you hold down shift, you scroll faster. 1,075 notable kills. Buddy. Duder. Also, the Hand of Dubmith. Was a Hand of Dubmith born in 784. A large eyeless humanoid, 2 long curly tails, and its accrued skin is leathery. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer. I'm not going to do an adventurer, but I am going to open the adventurers menu because I'm curious, like, how many different necromancer creatures we have. Going for the world record? Yeah, sure, totally. What else do we have? That dragon's dead. This Bronze Colossus didn't last as long. This one got 215 notable kills in about 200 years. There's a rock there. We've got another Bronze Colossus that's still alive. This one's got 215 kills. Okay, this one hasn't. Underachiever, man. 215 unrelated kills. Also, NJ, thank you very much for the second month. Welcome back with Prime. Appreciate you. Seriously. Also, Cave Shaman? What the fuck is a Cave Shaman? Oh, these must be the... These must be the religious... Like the strange sites. Tunnel Follower is a good name as well. There's a living Hydra. With 120 kills. Was there a zombie dragon? I didn't see it. Dented Gods is a good name for a location. Dented Gods is a human hamlet of the tactical realms. Dented Gods. Where's the zombie dragon? Oh, you're right. One was a dragon. It was one of the one warmth glow. The furnaces of gold was a dragon, animated by unknown forces. It became the enemy of the midnight of insanity, and a large green glass gem was stolen by one. It became the enemy of the festive fields, the reclusive apes, and a cedar amulet was stolen from skin busts. It became the enemy of the uncertain hatred and the enemy of the inky nightmare. A jet ring was stolen from Fall Prairie. It became the enemy of the hoof of blots. An applewood amulet was stolen once again, attacked the festive fields. An elf left hand was torn off by one. The lower front tooth was torn off by one, and it was struck down by an elf in Anguish Grotto, and then raised by a necromancer at some point that same moment, and then was struck down by a giant blue jay. So it died, was resurrected, then immediately died again. That's one way to go. Uh-huh. Okay, let's see what else do we have. Got the Freak of Night. We got Shadow Trolls. A lot of doomed corpses. Oh, wow. This Wasting Ghoul was born in 335 and was struck down in the year 1016. Dusk Books was that creature's name. We've got Soldiers of Door Searching, which are an eyeless humanoid with a bulging trunk, ivory skin, which is sleek and smooth, and it was created by a dwarven irritated... Hold on. This night creature was first created by the dwarven interred corpse. What in the hell is an interred corpse? Also snuggled homage? Door scorching. I mean, he was a captain of the guard. Okay. He was taught the secrets of life and death. So he was a necromancer. He became a mercenary. Began accepting bribes for leniency with as the sheriff. So was made a... Oh. Okay, I see. Began bribing this person. Purchased lots of fancy equipment using the crimes that they were committing as a mercenary, I presume. And then was struck down by a human. Oh, I see. So is an interred corpse a necromancer that's undead? Because it was brought back from the... Oh, I see. Because a mummy brought them back from the dead. Oh, that makes sense. I love the way this game works. Oh, a mummy brought them back from the dead. Yeah, that makes sense. See, this is why I wanted to play an older world. Oh, really? I guess I've just never seen that particular world or that particular word used before. It created a Rimtar's Folly. What's a Rimtar's Folly? A large scaly worm. It has thin wings of stretched skin, and its scales are small and overlapping. It was created accidentally by the dwarven interred corpse Rimtar after horrible experiments gone wrong in clutch hexes. But eventually got his system correct after creating all these door searching things. I mean, it'll change the... I mean, if you like reading lore, then yeah, generate thing with more lore. That's, on that username, Mike Tyson's Ballthack. A+. Thanks for the prime. How to see a history, is this a mod? When you go to start a new fort group, there are 3 options. Fortress mode, Legends mode, and Adventure mode. This is Legends mode. But it needs to be either a copy of your pre-existing save file or you have to have no forts running in the world. I usually do it before and after forts. Also, Rofa, the female Midnight Man consort. That must be a night creature called the Midnight Man, but it's just funny. Midnight Man's consort. Freak of the night, the oblivion of shadows. Was the eldest daughter of Tunnelbury, the Cavern of Funerals, and Atha, severe pairs, an eyeless humanoid, thin wings of stretched skin. It lopes quickly along the ground. Its gray skin is sleek and smooth. You will know why you fear the night. There's lots of fun creatures in this. Also was imprisoned very early on and charged, and then changed from a human to a freak of the night by, where is it? There it is. Cicely Cyclone Danced. And then proceeded to abduct and change many other creatures into their body horror creatures. I saw Midnight Man in concert recently, Jacob V, and let me tell you, they put on a great set. Although it's weird that they were opening for the Insane Clown Posse. Kind of. There's a legendary Sasquatch? The Whip of Diamonds. 500 killed. Okay, so you know how like Sasquatches as like a cryptid are like livestock eaters? Look at this fucking guy. He ate 18 emus. Also, so many things you've eaten in Sac Queens, and then eventually died of old age. Oddly enough, Tropic Communist, Sasquatches are kind of common in Dwarf. You just don't see them very often. Oh, that's fucking funny. What a busy duder. Also, Sac Queens might... You know, you're probably thinking something, like, dirty with Sac Queens. Let me tell you, they just really like beanbag chairs. The Sac Queens, you know, like... Obviously, it's a forest retreat, but it's a forest retreat where the only furniture they have is beanbag chairs. They just have that very rare beanbag trees, so it's like growing beanbag chairs for them. You see them a lot in adventure mode if you go looking for them. I've definitely had them. I mean, they're about as common as Yetis. They can exist in any temperate forest. Look at the baby Sasquatch. Baby Sasquatch? Oh, screwed this up again. Yeah, see, Sasquatches. Oh, I mean, okay, they just have like a kid variety. They don't really have like a infant variant, but that is pretty cute. I hit buttons in a certain order that made me think that I'd closed all my browser for a second there. YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. There is 160 of you watching right now, which is about 100 more than I've had in the last few streams. So if you haven't yet, do click that like button because it do make number go up, and number go up mean YouTube recommends stream better. I don't know. I feel like I'm through most of the interesting ones at this point. I mean, there's still plenty of living notable figures. It's mostly looking for things like dragons and whatnot, but it does seem like most of the dragons are dead and don't seem to have kids. Kagrunger is a pretty good kobold name, though. Struck down by a dwarf and spear oiled. Gotta keep your spear well oiled. That bronze colossus, though, is something fucking scary, let me tell you. Well, there is one Hydra alive. Gosmex? Gossumsex? This thing? Lives in Trash Scarred. And has 121 notable kills and 325 other kills. Also killed a lot of Mind Torment's hands, which are eyeless humanoid, thin wings of stretched skin. Its midnight blue skin is leathery. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Ras, Lake Certain. All right, let's try embarking in this area. So when you first embark in a new world, these are the options you're given. This is the one with the history. This is adventure mode, and this is fortress mode. If I click on adventure mode here, I'm going to disappear for a second, but I'll be right back. There we go. Just turning my recording back on. Legends mode is how you... So set ordinary. Let's see, what Wow, there is a lot. I'm just using this as a way to just quickly see how many different Necromancer's experiments there is. This would be a pretty good adventure world, too. Because we've got these things, which are small eyeless humanoids. They have populations in the dwarves. And they're basically everywhere. Thin wings of stretched skin. It's small, so... maybe able to fit dwarven stuff? It was first created by the dwarven necromancer Sodil. Herbal experiments on an elf. Yeah, okay, so it would be able to fit dwarven clothing. Thin wings of stretched skin. Its midnight blue skin is rough and cracked. This night creature was first created by human necromancer Dwarf. This one has a knobby trunk and black scales, which are large and close set. This is a small feathered humanoid. Wings and midnight blue feathers are long. It's thin wings of stretched skin. Its ivory skin is wrinkled. What about you? Thin wings. They all have thin wings. This night creature was very similar. It's like they all just like followed the same instructions. Large mandibles, black skin, which is rough and cracked. It's two long curly tails. Its crew skin is leathery. Interesting. Large mandibles, dark olive feathers, which are long and broad. A feathered humanoid. Large feathered humanoid, large mandibles. Its purple top feathers are patchy. Yeah, cool. Sure, Celiax. Finally bought DF this week after years of lurking in the community. Now I don't know what to do with the fort you started. One thing at a time. I know that might sound silly, but one thing at a time. Pick a mechanic, focus on it, learn everything there is to learn about that mechanic that you're interested in, and then move on to the next one. And then once you know all the basics, then start asking friends for ideas of goals to work towards, or come up with something yourself. Or go into Legends mode and figure out what to do, or go play some Fortress mode. Also, there's playable Rhino Men, which are fun. 3 stubby horns, ivory feathers, which are long and narrow. This night creature was first created by the human necromancer Senrai. What faction are they part of? Okay, so it's elven. Polar bear men. You know, this is actually one of these worlds where I'm kind of tempted to just make an army of grizzly bear men and polar bear men in adventure mode and then walk them over to the fortress. A glass fortress on a beach. Build a small non-glass fortress and then use it as like a construction site. Really? The Mythical Realms is the name that we ended up with? Okay. Like a twisted Coca-Cola commercial. Sure. What's the plan? Turning off all alerts and screaming loudly. Also, by the way, this is my last stream of the week. It's my dad's birthday this weekend. So I'm going on a hike with him on Saturday. So tomorrow I will be traveling back to my parents' house after doing a little bit of work in the morning. And I'll be crashing at their place for the night, so. Wish.com Middle-earth. I don't know. I don't know if I would give Middle-earth that much credit. So let's see. What are my faction options? We've got the lean paddles, which are very lean. They've got a population of 8. We've got the raw diamonds, which have the King Dusum Beard Pillar. A+ Dwarfy name. And 1,200 population. We've got the Obstinate Rampart, which has 170 population, 4 sites. And then the Hammers of Dance, which have 1 site, and it's a necromancer tower. Buddy. What in the world? Just looking at the... What would happen if you reclaimed this? Would they attack you? Okay, so hold on. They might not actually be in letter urn. They may be in this fort. Or in that fort. No, that fort's dead. No, actually, probably not in that fort, then. They're probably in there. Tattoo frames. Sorry, I need to go look this dwarf up. Or this character up. Tattoo frames. I kind of want to play as that faction. Just like this weird, isolated, perma tunnel faction, you know? What is my screen ratio? 1920 by 1080? Oh, it's an elf. Born in 265. And has also been promising to give... Okay, so who's Bok? Bok is another elf. When did you end up in charge of this faction? Well, yeah, I mean, it's an elf. Elves always have dozens of lovers. Also, this is admittedly like every 10 years there's a new lover. It's like every 8 to 10 years. It's actually not that many. To what became in exchange for leniency? Okay, how long have you... So 472, they became the Queen of the Hammers of Dance. And is a member of the Square Fellowship, which is a human religion. But what happened in 470? Lots of corruption. In order to have an agent in Ringglazed... Okay, so Ringglazed was a dwarven fortress. So in... Okay, so they began... like, influencing people to embezzle money. Corrupted their lover... to have someone act on plots and schemes in Lash Traps, which was... Lash Traps was a Hillix in this dwarven faction. They corrupted a dwarf to have an agent in Gate Handles, which is another one of the fortresses in that area. They made a threat and the plan worked. Eventually they got married to their agent lover. She then began embezzling funds as a road caretaker in the coalition of Stilling, which was a human group. So was embezzling funds as a road caretaker. Sounds like most of the U.S. And then The dwarf Deduk they corrupted a dwarf in Ringglazed and made threats, and they were too afraid to not comply. They began, underneath their influence, a human necromancer named Tura began embezzling funds as the Fire Master in the portentous councils via their spouse. They corrupted some more dwarves to have more agents, and they both worked. They corrupted a dwarf who eventually at some point became a necromancer in Ringglazed. This elf's lover met with the dwarf and made flattering remarks, and the dwarf succumbed to vanity despite valuing the law and the efforts of the surrounding allies to stop the plot. And then, where did you... Oh, actually, and shortly after getting those last few groups, this elf, she actually got divorced with her husband, who was her agent who'd been acting on plots. Did you die to her husband? Was actually struck down a good few years later. Did get remarried, so that divorce wasn't the cause of that character's death, but continued bringing in more agents, more dwarves. They actually got married again to Thulu, vaulted clearings. But had actually became infatuated with some other people, so was already cheating after getting married and then divorced almost immediately within 10 years. So not cheating, but like got divorced from that second marriage pretty quickly. My microphone's in a weird spot, trying to get it somewhere comfortable. There we go. It's slightly better, but I think I need to tighten the screws on this thing. Corrupted a dwarf in order to have an agent in Ringglazed, and then they had a meeting. You know, it's funny, like their ex-husband is still acting as their main corruption agent. They must have just like grown apart over time. An elf became infatuated with Tuat, broke up. Tuat corrupted a dwarf to have an agent in Ringglazed. At what point did you become the... Do I have the date wrong here? Hold on, let me scroll down to the bottom again. 472 became the queen. $407, $434, $452, $456, $470. Oh, I see. So in the late summer of 472, after corrupting a whole bunch of people, specifically the dwarf Kickroast and this, toppled the government of the dwarf Logum, galley tools, of the Hammers of Dance, and assumed control in Ringglazed. The support of the dwarf Kickroast, Thornwield, with the support of Thornwheel and Kib Bootworthy, and Nish Stilthovers, and Dishmab Exit Wheel, and Medtob was crucial to the coup and became the queen. And even like after that had happened in 490, their ex-husband is still acting as like their spokesperson. While she's just like sleeping around and getting married and having multiple lovers. Wow. Also, so the Square Fellowship is a human religion, right? That this elf worshipped. Is the queen of a dwarven faction, a small one, and is accepting bribes in exchange for leniency. Which is probably why necromancy took off and the faction fell. And then proceeded to get married and divorced, and is promising people, and then actually continues this trend because they got married and divorced with Bach, I think. Did you? No, never mind. Didn't get married to Bach, but Bach was promising a position in the Hammers of Dance to their ex-spouse as well. People keep becoming infatuated with her, so she's like the haunting elven queen of a dwarven faction surrounded by mountains. And they have a current husband who's born in 165, and then a whole bunch of former spouses. They have an eldest daughter who actually has a dwarven name, which is kind of fun. Mesthos, the female elf, who's currently infatuated with Cassest Odor Frame. Okay. The question is, where do you live? I'm looking for the word settled. Maybe it was in 472. I don't know where this person lives. Can we call her the Black Widow? It's kind of got that vibe, yeah? Well, okay. In her defense, she married and divorced 38 people and had dozens of lovers. From the year 200 to the year 1050. Okay, so it is kind of a large amount of time. Like, yeah, that sounds like a lot, but like, how long do most marriages last for most humans? Like, I don't know. Actually, like, that's the least weird thing about all of this. And also, she stays friends with her exes. Like, I don't know. It should say where she's settled, though. Maybe? I mean, I could also just... Here. What's the date today? 17th. We'll let it do its thing for a moment. There we go. Open this up. Go here. Double click this. Now, I will warn you that this has some issues on my OS and doesn't work properly. But I'm loading up Legends Viewer. Just give me a second here. Running this on Linux kind of sucks. Steam Library, Steam Apps, Common. There it is. Region 38. For some reason on my computer it never loads the world gen params, even with DF hack running. I'm using Linux native, which is why the background is messed up on the main menu, but you can also use Proton. It runs on, like, most distros. I've heard 1 or 2 issues of, like, some odd distros not running it great, but... Oh, it's still exporting. That may have worked it. We'll just wait. Gotta wait for it to finish exporting first. I'm on Mint. Mint is what I'm on. Well, we get to wait until this is done exporting, so. Scheming is maybe not so healthy? Sure. While we're sitting here, I can look at your current husband and see where you live. Become a member of the strapping order. Am I getting another scam phone call? Okay, this I actually need to answer. Hold on. Apparently somebody has a package for me, so I'm gonna go grab that. But World Gen's exported, so we will continue momentarily. I will BRB. A book I completely forgot I ordered just arrived. Oi. I read Jason Schreier's Play Nice about, I don't know, 2 months ago now, and really liked it, so I ordered a used copy of Blood, Sweat, and Pixels. And it just showed up like a month later. So I'd completely forgotten about that. Anyway, let's load this world up in Legends Viewer and then take a look. Oopsies, that's not where I wanted to go. Steam apps, common. Yeah, I really liked Play Nice. This was the first book of his that I read, but... Alright, let's load this up. And see if it loads. Also, we're in an ad break now. Yeah, apparently the package lady was trying to buzz me, and the buzzer wasn't working. So it's supposed to call my phone, and then I'm supposed to press 1 when a robot calls me. But it didn't go through, so I don't know. That's not possible, Raptor. If you Google Bobby Kotick, does it still just have, like, pictures of him with devil's horns? Because, like, he did actually say in an interview once to stop reposting that image because it was making it harder for him to get dates. Because people would Google him and then just be like, you're weird. Okay, so this lady's name is... Tattoo Frames. So Legends Viewer. Figures. You're a legendary comedian? She's funny, chat. Just remember that. She's funny, okay? These are her different spouses. Or her kids, rather. What else can we find out about her? This is totally the faction we're going to play, by the way. These are all of her former spouses. She worships the systemic organization. Which is the sphere of order. A human deity. Where'd they hide the description of it? I guess they don't. I don't know what this faction is, to be honest with you. We could look at it a little bit in here. Born in the year minus 38. Factions and related groups. The Hammers of Dance. So this was a Dwarven faction that was doing pretty well around the year 200, and then it dropped down to almost nothing, and now it's at basically 0 events per year. Like it's a dead faction basically. That was taken over in a coup by an elf. Taken over by the Humble Quakes. Okay, hold on. Let me just back up here. I remember I used to use the older version of Legends Viewer a decent amount, but I never used this new one really. So I'm trying to figure out where she lives. I'm not seeing it. Well, it's because her ex-husband did most of the scheming. I mean... Where are you? Her husband who died in the year 500 something? This person. See, like... Legendary Persuader, Legendary Intimidator, Judge of Intent, Negotiator, Pacifier, Grandmaster Conversationalist, High Master Liar, Adept Schemer. Like, this is the guy who did most of it. Wanted to see great natural sights. Maybe that's why they broke up. Maybe that's why they broke up. Yeah, I don't know where she lived. Married, got married. A lot of divorced. That's the crazy thing is I'm not seeing anything about settling. She's a nomad? Is she a nomad? Where does it say she's a nomad? Okay, well let's do this then. Because the Hammers of Dance is the faction, right? This group. These are the current sites, which is Gear Grooved, Heaven's Lanced, and Hatched Buck. So if I open the game up here, and we go into Fortress mode. And none of these are that tower. Although it does claim that that tower is one of them. Also, I should look up that other elf. Oopsie, it's not that button. This button. Society, historical figures, Hell Breached. Hell Breach. Oh no, that's the other world, right? The Mindful Orb. That's a good name for a location. Apparently they've had a lot of thefts here. Also rampages.
Ilmarin cheered. X100. Orb.
Thanks for the dollar, Ilmarin. A dwarf Cog and Mebzith were both abducted. All right, let's jump back into the game. Oh, needs a loaded fortress. So this faction is the Hammers of Dance. And the Hammers of Dance have that spot there. Oh, there is a spot out here. Okay. So here's Hatchet Buck. Allegedly... Oh, wait, is it that? Yeah, gate handles. Okay, so they have control over Hatchet Buck, Heaven's Lanced, and Geared Grooved, which apparently has 14 dwarves that have died there. This one has had all kinds of... Oh, also demon deaths too? Oh boy. Lots of trolls and 681 dogs have died here. Definitely a dwarven fortress. I mean, by dwarven fortress, I mean, you know. That's what, this location right there? Yeah, Hatchet Buck. Antar Ordon. Thank you very much, by the way, for that prime. So the area that I'm thinking about settling in is down here. Which is a hot sand desert right next to a ocean, which has copper. And the desert also has quite a bit. Let's see what the elevation looks like. Just because Joyous Wilds Ocean is fun. And Hot Sand Desert also seems fun. That's a heavy aquifer. Oof. Fuck that. What, the Joyous Wilds Ocean is the place for RuneScape? Why is that the place for RuneScape? That's interesting. Why is that so low elevation? Oh, because it's a river. It's a lot of minerals, though. The Land of Ferocity is the desert? It's been a long time since I played RuneScape, admittedly. Also, hey, Zalvi, hope you're doing well today. I've seen deserts with heavy aquifers. It's because of the close proximity to the ocean. Oceans tend to have a lot of water in them. There's also kobolds, nearly a day's travel to the west. Let's just see what this embark looks like. Also, let's just make sure I'm in the right faction. Okay, so we are the Hammers of... I just want to spot that other location that they supposedly have. Because this faction apparently has 3 locations. I'm just not seeing the third one. Because there's Ringglazed. That's where the queen did live. I mean, the queen may actually still be in Ringglazed. You know what I could do? I could reclaim this site and see if she's there. I'm alive, Zavi. Another day is happening. Let's try that. Let's just do that real quick. So I'll bet you I can reclaim it. Let's just pause. Oh, wow. It's got everything exposed. Huh. Don't often see that. Okay, let's just reveal hidden units. The High Control, hey? Beard Sabers. Hold on, what? Your grandmother is on the map, supposedly. It's not my Fisher Dwarf, I don't think. No, it is not. That would be really bizarre if my dwarf was this dwarf's grandmother. Their niece is a Tekid's hand. Oh, that's fucked up. But their cousin is not... Okay, no. That is the funniest looking kid sprite I've seen in a long time. I'm kind of tempted to retire this. And just give this faction back its, like, a mountain home. Oh, okay. You're right. Ah. Found her. Okay, that's fucked up. What faction are you a part of? With a high control of the creative keys, you're a citizen and a member of the Hammers of Dance. The fuck are these hand children? They're necromancer experiments. $804 years old? Literally has killed nothing, though, which is the crazy part of this. Why is she hostile? Reclaim bugs is why. They wouldn't be hostile if you walked past them. They're just listed as hostile, but I can just do this. No longer hostile, see? Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to retire this. I'm going to unreveal first. I'm going to retire this and just leave this as is. And then we're going to go do the embark. Oh, also. Oh, am I too late? I was gonna say I was gonna give her the nickname the Black Widow. But I've already retired it, so we'll just save to this timeline. It's fine. No, I just reclaimed it. Reclaim is a vanilla feature. You can reclaim dead forts, and that was a destroyed fort. I was just trying to figure out why that lady didn't have a home. It took a handful of tries. It didn't take that long to generate, though. Chaco. But the plan for this fortress is I'm going to disable all alerts. And I'm going to build a fortress with no alerts. That is my plan. Maybe go for capital. Try and get the queen to move there. Oh, cool. New blog post from Will Smith. I'll have to read that later. Just closing my email here. And then can start new game in existing world right here. And before chat being my new notification system. Well, I mean, it just means I'm going to largely have to build on one layer. Because if I don't, then... Can I open this up in my other web browser? I only need one web browser open. Yes, I can. Because if I'm going to have to build primarily on one layer. Because if I build on multiple layers, then it's going to be very, very difficult to track what's happening. And also, I think doing this is going to screw up the first migrant waves, which probably is actually going to work to my benefit. It's probably going to actually work to my benefit. Because I'm going to have less to worry about when it comes to migrants that'll come in the first year. Also, YouTube folks, don't forget to leave a like on the stream. We're almost at 100 likes. Okay. Skip tutorial, hide tutorial. So the area that I'm thinking is choose origin civilization. We now have this, the one fort over there, and that one hillix. And then down here is where we're going to embark, I think. Let's just do a real quick test embark and see what this looks like. Because this is light aquifer with copper and flux. This is scarce trees, untamed wilds, iron, silver, copper, lead. Change ownership of that fort in any way? No. Everything appears to still be the same. With saltwater, might be very difficult to survive here. That's fine. We've got aquifers. Water might need to be pumped out or carried away because there's a light aquifer. Selected in a savage area. Wildlife might be very dangerous. I'm just going to do a quick embark and see what this looks like. Meh. Handful of trees on the surface. Let's unpause the game and see what animals are here. Giant crabs and giant ravens. Great. Saltwater can be purified with a pump, yes. It's a pretty deep ocean, actually. Let's just exterminate giant... Is it crab giant or giant crab? I'm doing that to see if anything else appears. What other animals there are. Giant crow sprites look cool. I haven't seen them since they added the new ones. Or giant ravens, rather. I was just curious if there's actually retrieve units. Oh shit! I've never seen one of these. But there are giant horseshoe crabs. That's pretty cool, actually. It's a big shoe. I think what you mean is it's a little horse. Sandstone? Conglomerate? More conglomerate. More conglomerate. Let's just exterminate the ravens and see what else appears. Oh, oops. I did that all caps. I'm doing this purely to see what creatures exist on the map. This will be a exit and then we'll go prepare carefully. Giant mantis! Oh my fuck. Those are terrifying. Why is it flying? Mantises can fly? I had no idea. They do have wings? Mantises have wings? Well, today I learned. All right, well, this biome is scary as hell. What killed it? Hacks. I'm literally doing this to see what animals exist in the area by exterminating the ones that are here. So what killed it? Me with DF hack. Because this is a test embark. Everything is trainable. Are they war trainable? I have no idea. And there's giant camels. Okay, yeah, this place is going to be hell. Fucking hell, man. All right, cool. Well, that's our embark site, unless anybody's complaining. Oopsies, wrong button. It's Untamed Wilds, yes. I prefer the term wizard, J. Martin. I'll tell you this. I wish I would get a list of animals before embark if I'd already gone there in adventure mode. But yeah, I do end up just kind of cheating to figure it out anyway. There are some areas that are quite a bit deeper. Like over here is also quite a bit deeper because this is still a sand desert and tropical ocean. It's the same materials. So I could also look over here. Just looking if there's any other deeper areas. We could also do a test embark over here and see what the animal variety differences are. Because I could settle like right there. It won't let me settle on that. That's sad. I'm gonna do one other test embark right here because I'm just kind of curious. And Happy Huddy, thanks for the brand new Prime. Helmsmaw. That's a good name. I think I like this landmass more, but it's nowhere near as deep. Does look nicer, though. The bay left of the river? Let's take a look at it. I mean, this is the area we're going to settle in. It's just need to find a map that, you know, strikes our fancy. Correct. Don't die. Bot. Hello, Ranger Rick. How are you? Like, is in this bay? That would lead to some interesting stuff, potentially. I mean, we could get a little bit more land out of it this way. There's also, like, this is also kind of interesting. There's no metal in this. The tropical grasslands. So I could settle, like, right there, maybe? I mean, I don't need hydration alerts. I got a giant water bottle right in front of me. It's hard to miss. And Empty Age 79, thanks to the Prime. You know, I think I like this one a little bit more, but let's see what animals appear. Oh, also, for those of you who haven't seen this, or if you haven't seen this in a while, gotta pause and enjoy the waves. Yeah, I getcha. Ranger Rick, I getcha. It's no desert, though? I mean, personally, I don't need the desert. I mean, there's still white sand. So, like, if you're wanting glass, we do still have that as an option. Ugh. I hate giant thrips. Giant thrips are the worst, man. I can hate giant thrips. What setting is that? This is the use classic ASCII glyphs. Does this. Gives you the old school graphics. And fix retrieve units. Albatross man? Giant beetles and albatross man. I like how it's just giant beetle instead of like giant longhorn beetle or something more specific. What else do we get? Seems to just be albatross, man. That's a pretty cool spot. How deep is the ocean? It's also not that deep. Wait, what? Oh, okay, for a second there I thought that was like on land, and I was like, what the fuck? Ooh, wow, actually native copper? Silix, thank you very much for the tier 1 subscription. Damn, you don't see native copper all that often. That's a lot of copper. With pearl ash, I think is what you're looking for. Pearl ash is made out of potash, which is made out of ash at a wood furnace, and then an ashery, and then a kiln, and then a glass forge. And if you have rock crystal, then you can make crystal glass. You just have to stand right next to the water royal card catcher, and then sometimes stuff will get pulled into the water. Your neighbor owns a camel? Rexendum? That's quite the pet. I guess it's kind of like your neighbor having a horse, eh? So it's basically this whole beach. Ooh, actually, that's pretty deep. Right here. So is this one. Let's just see what this looks like. I've seen camels at the zoo. Yeah, they make funny sounds. This is also a desert one. Ooh, black sand as well. On the beach. Also a tree there, which is kind of funny. Just a highwood tree. The benefit of this is I would know exactly where the sieges are going to come from. They would only come from here, right? So we could just like dig down into here and then hide. That is quite deep. I'm honestly kind of just looking for deeper oceans because that's where more interesting animals come from. We got bat rays. Thrips, man. I fucking hate giant thrips, man. I'm also kind of curious, how deep is the map? Oopsies. Oh, wow. 117 layers deep. Crabs and giant ospreys. Yeah, so we're getting crabs, giant crabs, big birds, other nightmares. Oh, you look cool. Clothing is defined by the faction that they're part of, so if they're not part of a faction, so if they're outsiders, they don't get clothes as visitors. I really like that one. Let's go see what materials were available there. I think I'm going to settle there if that's decent materials. You've been to a black sand beach in Japan? I've been to one black sand beach. It's a small area that has a whole bunch of black sand close to where I live. Up in BC. But yeah, black sand is pretty cool. Also, if anybody wants to go delve into 3.8 gigabytes is the markup file. Holy fuck. It's a big... I was going to say I'm going to upload this, but maybe not because it is 3.8 gigabytes. Just copying the XML file. Also, Elfie sent me this. Wizard dumpling! I like it. Okay, so civilization. The Hammers of Dance! And this was the area I selected, which is Untamed Wilds Sand Desert. Oh shit, actually it's got a heavy aquifer. Okay, maybe not. What's this one got? Silver and copper? Copper? Iron, silver, copper, lead. I don't really want to be on a heavy aquifer. That's maybe a bit much. It's probably because of the depth of the ocean. All right, let's just pick somewhere and settle. This was the area that wasn't desert. Then this is desert. So the question is, do you guys want grass or desert? They both have sand. Look for giant river. There really isn't any. I mean, there's a few streams. I mean, I'm kind of limiting the amount of grass I'm going to have. What kind of thing is on the red square? This? This is Will Hell's A Mysterious Dungeon. I mean, I could settle on this river, but like... How deep is that? It's not very deep. So basically like this area or this area. I'm kind of leaning this one. This was the first one that we did. Which is light aquifer, copper, flux, iron, copper, lead. Shallow sand. You want cacti beds, so desert? Glutton for punishment, are we? Let's just go with that. So we are the Hammers of Dance with our elven queen, who lives very far away. I also have to say there's some really steep mountains up in here. Jesus. That's a big-ass river. Speaking of big-ass rivers. I'm just sitting here going like, I'm not going to go somewhere else. And then I look at here and I go, wow, that's a big-ass river. Look at that fucking river. It's a goblin fort. Insect black. Oh, boy. Anyway. The problem is I could just keep looking for embark sites forever. So there's always a point where it's like, all right, time to stop fudging around here and just pick something. So your printer's a glutton for punishment? I think that's the point, Tropic. You have selected an area with salt water. It might be very difficult to survive here. You have selected an area with a light aquifer. The water might need to be pumped out or carried away. And you have selected a savage area. The wildlife might be very dangerous here. Confirm. Okay, I'm going to go to custom settings real quick, and I'm just going to go to the cavern creatures. I'm just going to turn them off. Because I'm of the opinion that they need a nerf. So I'm just going to turn off cavern creatures. Although, I am going to set economy to hard. Because I think that would be interesting for this. Because that very much increases the value requirements of buildings for things like guild halls. And because I'm going to have no alerts, it's going to force me to expand and find resources. And let's prepare carefully. So, fortress name. We had one earlier that made me laugh and I've forgotten what it was. It was something rooms. Right, Surprisetown, that was it. Thank you for remembering that. Surprisetown! I'm just like imagining like, okay, so you know the little exclamation points that they get above their heads in Metal Gear. I'm imagining that, but just like a dwarf going, bah! At like a Crundle or something. All right, well, Surprisetown. That's it. That's the name. You'll never expect Surprisetown. Yeah. Is okay. I was gonna say, is startle a word? No. Stargazer is way too normal of a name for a fortress where I get no alerts. In Surprisetown, they'll hear you scream and they'll also join you. I wish Inquisition was a word. The incident, the inconvenient incident. I feel like the submerged incident is what happens to most beginner fortresses in Dwarf Fort. I mean, your dad would have called you the, I was going to say the unexpected incident. The unexpected incident. The untoward. The unwelcome incident. How about the salty incident for the group name? Salty surprise. The salty shock. The salty rock. That was just me yesterday. My mood. Chat, I'm kind of leaning towards salty shock. The salty rock. The salty rocks could also just work. Chat, shock or rock? This goes for both chats. Shock or rock? Hold on. This is actually hard for me to count because these words look similar. 1, 2. I'm seeing a lot of shocks. I think we're the salty shock, chat. The salty shock. And, so that's it. That's what we're going with. That's the group name. The fortress is called Surprisetown. And the group name is the Salty Shock. All right? No questions further. And the symbol can be the... Oh. The false safety is the name of our symbol. And the false safety is a dwarf. A small rock. And a boulder. And a boulders? and boulders. And the dwarf is... Ooh. Hanging from the boulders. Oh, no, not the boulders is hanging from the dwarf. The dwarf is hanging from the boulders. Impaled on the small rock. The dwarf is screaming. The small rock looks offended. I don't know how it does that, but it does. And the boulder is admiring the dwarf. Yeah, like, you know, shimmying. I'm kind of like imagining, you know, when dwarves just get startled by something and then they're like hanging off of a ledge and like trying to climb away when like this is a really bad idea and they shouldn't be doing that, but they do it anyway. The small rock is a garden gnome. Oh, actually, I could throw a gnome in there. A mountain gnome. The mountain gnome is laughing. Oopsies, keep working. The dwarf looks confused. The mountain gnome is raising the small rock. So the false safety is an image of a dwarf, a small rock, boulders, and a mountain gnome. The dwarf is hanging from the boulders. The dwarf is screaming. The small rock looks offended. The boulders are admiring the dwarf. The mountain gnome is laughing, and the dwarf looks confused, and the mountain gnome is raising the small rock. Obviously, the rocks have googly eyes. That's our symbol. Nailed it. Oh, let's also, because we're on the ocean. There's waves, and the waves are... The wave is greeting the dwarf. It's like lapping against the shore, I guess. Is how I'm imagining that. You can't hang and swim. Well, I guess you could, but... Horseshoe crab as well. We'll go with that. Should I give all of these dwarves some points in swimming? I think that might be a good idea, actually. Let's just give them all swimming and climbing skill and just see where they work from there. They're not hanging from their neck, Zalvi. They're hanging with their hands. Have you never gone bouldering or seen someone bouldering? They're hanging. Y'all are all thinking that we're hanging the dwarf. Bad imagination. It'd be ironic if I gave them all observation skills. Of Saturn devouring his son, sure. The Salty Rock sounds like a tavern name. I mean, I could name my tavern the Salty Rock. New fort, new dwarf. Yeah. Which one do you want? So, by the way, with the dwarf naming here on Twitch, I'm changing the rules. You can redeem whatever, whenever. But if you already have a dwarf, I get to just pick something to name you. And I might lower the cooldown. We'll see, depending on how people use it. Any dwarf will do. Chat, which dwarf should I give Snail? Which one of these dwarves looks like a snail? I'm always very tempted to just give them really, really useless jobs. Well, not useless jobs, but like less mission critical jobs. Nil, nil, snil. True. Point taken. There's a redhead? I guess one of the bald ones could be a redhead. We'll read your description when we're in game, because they're not all going to be here for right now. But that'll be your dwarf. I think that you're probably a geographer, an adequate geographer. You've learned to sing in your time, and you're a pretty talented conversationalist. And you're also a swimmer. And for very, very, very important skills... Ooh, I should make you the cook. I'm trying to think what skill type I want to focus on. Like, what kind of artifacts do I want to make? Very useful, beetroot, correct. Clothing? Actually trying to think how the fuck I'm going to do clothing. Now that I think about it, probably just pigtails. I really don't want to focus on glass because I don't know how deep the sand goes. I could just go with engraving. Actually, you know, probably the skill to start off with would probably be engraving because we do have high value set. So having a couple engravers and an engraving guild would probably be a good place to start. So let's go with an engraver. Let's go with 2 engravers, actually. And for other skills, we'll give you some doctoring skills, maybe. This dwarf here, it's low willpower, thrill seeker, flights of fancy and ungrateful. Likes a little excitement now and then. In terms of creating a great work of art. All right, let's also give you engraving then. And for labor, we'll give you mechanics maybe. And maybe like... just normal farming, like planting. What do you like? You dream of mastering a skill. Bounce and flashy accoutrements, high energy, kinetic pace. Can handle stress. Might give you some combat skills, actually. Although you disdain martial prowess. I'm just going to give this dwarf some points in fighting. Like, make you an adequate fighter. Maybe an adequate axe dwarf. And shield user. And I will give you... maybe not weaponsmithing. Let's give you masonry. You up here, you can be a miner. But also a brewer and a planter. And I'll also give you a side gig of weaving. How about you? You've got poor stamina, poor empathy, private, not creative, recovers slowly. Well, you're a horrible dwarf that's bad at being a dwarf. Someone scatterbrained has a tendency to go alone without considering the advice of others. Prefers everyone lives as harmonious as possible, tends to hang on to grievances, and likes to brawl. Doesn't seek out excitement, is a friendly individual. Could give you some combat skills. Just give you a few points in fighting and a few points in wrestling, striking, kicking, such things. And As a day gig, we'll just give you engraving. And then let's go with 1 woodcutter. Carpenter. And for other tasks, we'll give you clothes making. And mechanics. And engraving. Make every dwarf a dwarf. That would be ideal. I am not going to do any fishing. At least not initially. Probably never, actually. Because in a world with no notifications, I do not really want to be dealing with having to worry about where my dwarves are. I'm going to bring pigs and turkeys. And something I very rarely do, I'm going to bring some dogs. We're going to make war dogs. Because I need defense. And war dogs will be a good way to do that. Just have to route an entire river through the center of your single layer fort easy? I mean, what I would need to do is I would just need to have just a defendable, isolated pool, essentially. I'm going to get rid of the step ladders because I'm not going to be using those. I might actually just bring some wood logs. Because we're not going to have a lot of trees on the map. Now, you did say... Chat did say that they wanted me to have cactus, but I don't see cactus wood here. Oh, there it is. As an option. We do have cactus wood, I lied. Let's bring 50 logs. You know, ironically, the what are you doing stepladder and stepladder, I'm stuck happens kind of a lot. Tower cap is light. Weight doesn't matter. Yeah, that too. Cactuses. Well, I mean, they get pretty big. When they're very large, they have a decent amount of wood. I'm not going to need the rock nuts or the dimple cups. Just bring some more plump helmets and some more pigtails instead. And, bring some extra pigtail thread. Chat, what should I bring? I've got 84 points left. I mean, at that point, just bring more thread and make more cloth and make bags out of that. Bags are kind of a waste of points. Actually, let's look at the other animals. I haven't scrolled down that far. Do they have any interesting animals? Not really. It's just the normal dwarven animals. That's a shame. True, we could bring instruments. We'll probably have yaks anyway. I mean, I got turkeys. We could have the gobbledar instead of a honkter for detectors. Yaks are very pricey, yes. Okay, 1, there's sand already. 2, bags cost 20 points. I have 80 points, so I could bring 4 more bags, but that would be a total waste of points. I mean, I'll do that if you insist, but you can't bring bees. I really wish I was as enthusiastic about honey in Dwarf Fortress as chat, but I'm just not even close. I'm not even remotely keen on it. There's a instrument here called a bugged. That's pretty funny. You know what I could do? I could bring a jet bugged and there's no other instruments I can bring. And I could just bring some goat cheese. And then I'll spend the rest on alcohol. And a bugged is probably a percussion instrument. So I'll go to a dwarf with some skills, like you're a competent mason. Snail. Snail is now a adequate percussionist. I have crutches. Crutches are one of the defaults. I haven't removed them. All right. The ad break has just ended. It's 1 p.m. I've been live for 4 hours, and we're finally exiting the character creator. So, wish me luck. Thanks for the 80 pennies, Eggs. Appreciate you. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended. And your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all, Nil Mutal. Also remember, chat, don't forget to strike the earth. Happy Thursday, Fraxa, in YouTube chat. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but we might miss it this year. But it is spring now. Enough time to delve. Secure lodgings. There, the dingoes get hungry. A new dwarven history begins here. At this place. Stodamost. Surprisetown. Strike the earth. Now, before I do anything, actually, what I should really be doing is just hitting these, right? Yeah, it's whatever. I'll just copy paste the backed up announcements file into here. So I also don't want any reports. Reports are like combat notifications. I do want those so that we can read combat logs. Ambush. 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 Death. Don't want to report for death. The game soundtrack. Those are adventure notifications, discovered site. That's already done, the intro. It's an adventure mode related thing. Can I have artifact notifications? Or is that considered too much? I won't know that a strange mood is starting. Actually, I need to go through these and turn all these off now I'm thinking about it. I just want to know if we complete one. Because I'll still have to, like, watch really closely to spot artifacts, but... That's mostly about emergency notice. Well, and visual awareness. A lot of these are actually non-fart related anyway, but... Hit by a ball of flames. Yeah. Ghost attacked somebody. I do want a report of that, though. These are all combat related. These are all combat related. Okay. Endgame event. Okay, endgame events I'll leave on. Endgame event 1B? Pet death, no, no, no. So when somebody dies, I won't know. I'll just know by the population count. If a pet dies, I won't know. Should I leave job cancellations on? So those we'll leave on. No, no. So no Mega Beast, no Werebeast alerts. No regular beast alerts. No Berserk alerts. No undead attack alerts. No citizen missing alerts. No reports, no pet missing alerts. Okay, let's ask about merchants. Can I know that there are merchants unloading? Like, able to get to the depot? Yes or no? Nope. Okay. Election's kind of pointless, but I've had that one on recently. I think we should know if dwarves get married. Because that's, like, kind of gameplay irrelevant, but fun to know. I think things that are story relevant, but won't, like, help me in any mechanical way are okay. So, like, thieves are gone. Witnessed item handoff, stolen, etc. New site founded. Oh, actually, new site founded nearby. I'm going to leave that on. Because new site founded nearby is like, if a Helix appears. Just because that's interesting. Monarch arrived, I'm going to leave on. I'm going to leave, I think, these ones on. Unless you guys want me to turn them off. So these agreement ones, these are the ones that tell you when you need a guild. Which, like, that's gonna be a pain. Remove Monarch arrived early. Okay, yeah, we can do that. I'll leave the first caravan on because that's just, you know, first caravan. Diplomat left unhappy. These I need to get rid of. I think. What is arrived early? So if you become nobility and your monarch arrives, like if you have a duke, then it's expected. Otherwise, it's early. Actually, I don't think I need to. I don't know what these do. Maybe it's just. Maybe this is for filtering. like for these? I don't actually know. So I'm just going to turn them off anyway. Okay, so we do get weddings. Site founded nearby. Embark, first caravan. Monarch arrived, but not early. Satisfied Monarch, because that's a story event. And Mountain Home achieved, because that's a story event. Artifact made and given names. Give me a notification. But I don't know when strange moods begin. Those are adventure mode things. Those are fort mode. Wedding. Site founded nearby. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything. I'm going to keep era changing because that's just cool. So it'll tell me if we enter the age of death. Actually, didn't look. Are we in the age of myth? Weird weather. Yeah, I can turn those off even though they're not relevant here, or they shouldn't be relevant here. Assumed position. Turn that off. Cursed by deity. Oh, I should turn that off. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention, Happy Huddy. We should turn that off. It's story relevant and rare. Cursed by deity. Chat, should I turn... Okay, so cursed by deity is when a dwarf gets so pissed off they tantrum and topple something. Should I leave that on or off? And we'll, if I realize I've done these wrong, I can edit more. Like, it's story relevant, but also, like, is bad for me. If a dwarf gets cursed by deity. It is funny. I mean, it almost never happens. Like, I think I can count on one hand the number of times it's happened like 4 or 5 times in the last 2 years to me. Like, it's very rare. On the first occurrence? Wait, so disable on first occurrence? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, if there's vampires in this fort, we're fucked. Just saying. Like, that is... Okay, so we'll leave that on for the... For the first... situation. All right, let's read Snail's description here. She feels helping others is an imposition on her time and doesn't particularly think before acting. She doesn't find most jokes humorous and is confident under pressure. She's prone to strong feelings of lust and can easily fall in love and develop positive feelings. She tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals and occasionally overindulges and likes a little... and likes to brawl. That's where I was going. She dislikes the adoration of fighting as an art to be refined and has a noticeable lack of perseverance. She blows out her breath when she's annoyed and has a certain stare when she's annoyed. She dreams of mastering a skill and finds the idea of family loathsome and thinks that the pursuit of the skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed. She likes stoneware and brass and star sapphire, sheep's horn and giant animal bone, as well as stars, crossbows, and leather armor. She likes rabbits for their ability to burrow, giant gray langurs for their vocalization, and the sound of the flaxen lilac. And when possible, she prefers to consume river otter and alfalfa and peach cider. And of course, she can't stand bats. She is thin but has incredible muscles, is close friends with the entire fortress except for the expedition leader who she's kindred spirits with, And she's, of course, a member of the Hammers of Dance and the Salty Shock. She was Shake, Shook, Shaken. I'm kind of tempted to slow the frame rate down for this fort, because we're at 70. Like maybe turn it down to 50. I don't know what you guys think of that, but... So I'm thinking we just dig into the wall and then vertically down to about here, and then horizontally back this way. I mean, I'm at 70 right now, so... If I were to slow down the frame rate, I would slow it down to 50, probably, from 70. So, I will just do this easily. Let's do a poll. I'll queue it up on YouTube and Twitch. Just give me a second. And then for Twitch, the speed of the frame rate that I'm going to play at. And you guys have 1 minute to vote. Because this fortress has no alerts, right? So I will not know if anything bad is happening unless I see it. So I would say the slower frame rate gives me a bit of an advantage, but also, in my opinion, probably would make things a little bit more interesting. Possibly today. But charcoal's going to be hard to come by, so it depends on how long it takes me to get lava. Sure, Tiny Squash. Okay, so the Twitch poll just ended. I'm going to let the YouTube one run for another little bit. Okay, so it looks like we're slowing the frame rate down a little bit, but it was pretty close, so I will call it a tie, and we'll go with 55 FPS. Which I think is in here, right? It's been a while since I've adjusted my frame rate. There it is. Okay. And let's take a peek at the expedition leader, who is Stinthad. Presents herself modestly, frowns on any flashy accomplishments. She lives at a high-energy kinetic pace, and she tends to share her own experiences and thoughts with others. She is a competent axe dwarf, and is our expedition leader. Oh, you're fishing. Quit it. Nobody does this. Fishing is also bad in Untamed Wilds biomes because it does irritate the surface. So you do kind of need to be aware of that. Actually, you know, instead of going so far this way, I'm just going to go... Actually, the other thing I want. Because for some reason, this is always disabled when I turn the game on. I don't know why. Cavern invaders are disabled. I'm just going to keep disabling them until Tarn nerfs them. I did that right at the beginning. But we do have hard economy enabled. So we've got a giant mantis and giant tarantulas on the map. That's spooky. Spooky indeed. And actually, let's just go up to here and hack down this tree because it's a bit bigger. I mean, I think giant cave spiders would be scarier in this fortress than some of the alternatives here. What's my wagon made out of? Walnut. Oh, that's neat. Oh shit, we found coal. Yeah, okay, so there's glass in the future of this fortress. It's like, ah, shit, cool. Neat. Oopsies, that's not the button I wanted. This is the button I wanted. I haven't built a stairway like this in a while, but I kind of missed them. It is worth making. It's just time consuming and harder without lava. But there's no one's saying that we're not necessarily going to end up without lava. Let's actually scrap that and then go mason shop. Oh, so why is my frame rate still at 69? What? Game? Come on. There we go. Frame rate's so nice, I had to cancel it twice. Okay, we'll just make... actually, no, let's just make blocks. And then I'll just make a drawbridge, I guess. Let's just grab a mechanic shop real quick. The way that dog was running, I was like, have you been in combat? I'm just kind of surprised I haven't hit an aquifer yet, but... And that's going to actually be the door right there. Because I'm going to need to see things coming, and then this is where we're going to build the fort. Sometimes it hides what you're typing? Huh. If you make a fantasy world, you're going to make giant tarantulas that are domesticated so that they have their big fat silk sheets like real tarantulas. People don't have to weave if they don't want to. Oh yeah, because like a lot of those spiders make just like kind of cool flat webs, don't they? Let's also just make this into a meeting zone. So everybody just go over there. Hello, Bear on the bus. And let's also, real quick, pen pasture. And just everything. We'll probably have to eat the horse and the camel, though. And I've got blocks now, so I'm going to do this, that, and that. And just make a door. Salty ASCII waves, damn right. This is very much going to be a turtling heavy fort. And then I'll put a drawbridge right there. You two love watching me start a new fort. A lot of people seem to. Bear on the bus. And I'm going to do a claystone blocks. You know, actually, the way to, you know what the way to do this is, chat? The way to do this is with lots of pressure plates. That's the way to do this. So put a pressure plate here, and if something hostile trips it, then it would close a gate like right here or something. That's actually the way to do this. You wanted to check this out and learn some new techniques for your fortress. You also wanted to thank you for the tutorials. They've helped a ton. Well, cheers, dude. Just getting caught up on the YouTube chat a wee bit. There's basically the way this game works is it's a deterministic order of operations that happens linearly, so items happen in order as they are completed in the game, and then the game decides its outcome. Well, I mean, you say long windy. I'm just doing a very long hallway. But yeah, no, this is, well, okay. Trying to think, like, what would be the way to go about defending this off the bat while the dwarves dig. Also, limestone. Haven't found any gems or anything. Yeah, there's also that well, I'm not too worried about wagons at the moment. I'm currently not too worried about wagons. Okay, so if there's a pressure plate here, Nest main ultimate, nice Smash reference, and the front door is down here with the bridge, then it would lock them outside. Basically. So it would stop all their pathing and then they would turn around. But you can also make them one use. So yes and no. You can also make things like, you know, use a pressure plate to trigger a minecart. Or, you know, have a pressure plate right here, and then a bunch of cage traps So they step on the pressure plate, it locks the door, and then they get caught in a cage trap. That's probably actually the way to do it. An army of giant mantises? Well, first I have to catch them. You know, okay, so I guess the way to start this would just be to make a cage. Put a door there and a cage trap and a drawbridge with a lever, probably. So yeah, let's just start off with a drawbridge and a lever, and we'll worry about other options later. But let's just put a door and a lever here. And everybody should be underground. Because you're here. You're here. You're here. You're here. You're here. You're here.
Almost 2 years.
And you're
Times
here.
fly.
Lock the door. Well, actually, I'm going to need to get drinks, so... Rockfall traps? Rockfall traps are horrible. Rockfall traps are good to make things dodge out of the way of things. They're terrible as an actual defense. Aaron Normal, thank you very much for the 23rd month with Prime. Welcome back. Times do fly. Time has grown wings. Looks like we're digging into conglomerate too. Oops, those are stairs. And then actually I'm just gonna pop back up to here. Let that finish, but get rid of you. And get rid of you. I need things to be pretty simple at the start. You can't really do elaborate things at the start. So I don't really have any plans to do elaborate things at the start. I'm also just trying to see... For a month, and I thought it was the standard. Wait, what was the standard? No, here's the thing. Well, I mean, if you get ahead of the cavern invaders, you don't need DF hack. If just at the start of the game, you just go custom settings and then go to cavern dweller and just disable them. They're just an unbalanced mess is the issue with them. And they kind of ruin the game in a lot of ways, in my opinion. And I'm not alone on that opinion. Quite a few people share that opinion with me. What are you doing? Dwarf. Okay, so one of the first things I'm going to do is I'm going to go down here and I'm going to make a meeting zone. And this is going to be a guild hall. And I'm just going to make this into an engravers guild. Because I want them to establish a guild. It's going to be set to citizens only. And all of the dwarves that are not currently working are going to go start working in the Engravers Guild. Should probably also start smoothing stuff to start practicing. Why is that not very dwarf? Dwarves have been taming animals as long as dwarves have been dwarves. The only things that aren't dwarves, dwarfish or dwarfy, I guess, are things that players have designated as not dwarfy. So everything is dwarfy as long as a dwarf is doing it. That is the only qualifying factor for something to be dwarfy. Also, this dwarf has such a suave hairdo. I love it. I love it. Also, unrelated. I'm pretty sure that the name something redemption is up. If somebody would like a dwarf or to name something random in the world, all restrictions are barred now. You could redeem something twice, but if you already have a dwarf who's alive or if your dwarf recently died, you might just get your name slapped on a chair. But I've made it cheaper, so I feel less bad. I mean, if you have some really sadistic, sad dwarves, then sure, drinking water could be dwarfy. A dwarf, please. Pick. Select among us. I mean, if we had gems that were encrusted in a nest box, then sure. We could call it like Eggy Spot. Or Excellent Surprise. Wolfist Wolf, you know, have goals. Basically, like, any constructed object, like a mechanics workshop, could be named. Anything with a little feather there could be named. And I'm not against naming them, because I've made them cheaper. And depending on how people use these redemptions, now I might make it less rare. I'm toying around with options, because I've been very unhappy with how it's been going for a while. Wolfist Wolf presents herself modestly and frowns on any flashy accoutrements, lives a high energy and kinetic pace, and has an active sense of humor. She can sometimes act without deliberation, can handle stress, and likes a little excitement now and then. She needs alcohol to get through the working day and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at shitty weather. She dreams of mastering a skill and personally feels those who attempt to conceal their emotions are vain and foolish, not offensive, and thinks that the pursuit of skills of warfare and fighting to be a low pursuit indeed. Views loyalty unfavorably and dreams of mastering a skill. Likes nice nickel and purple spinel as well as giant mountain goat leather, four-sided prisms, bolts, backpacks, and cabinets and earrings and the sight of the amethyst glimmer. When possible, prefers to consume beetroot wine, I love it, and hates blood gnats. You worship Zerol Cotolius, which I have no idea what that is. And you're not part of any religions. Most dwarves are constructing stuff currently. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do actually is I'm going to go down here. I'm just going to make a stockpile all the way along here. For just all food. And I'm also going to go here, because fun fact, you can assign a manager right away. They just don't, they don't need an office or anything assigned until you have 20 dwarves. So let's give the task to Katan. And I'm just going to say here and say rock blocks. It's got a bunch of, let's just do 4 conglomerate rock blocks. And let's do bed. Let's actually make 10. 10 beds. And I think we'll just do that for right now. I'm also going to go up to here and deconstruct this. There is the dwarf with the nameth that you like. just keep an eye on the surface up here. Hello, Telenartham. It's been a day, that's for sure, Telenartham. I mean, if it has a feather, it can be named, and if it can be named, chat can name it. Tibe. Unless someone else has named it. That's like the asterisk. Which, honestly, I think that's a fair asterisk. Let's see what's on the map right now. It's always transurms. Also, I'm going to do something else, because this seemed to be an issue last time. Okay, there's nothing that needed to be retrieved. It's all just giant. It's all, oops, all giant thrips. I think, like, if we go for the caverns, I'm going to dig a different tunnel. Like, one that isn't connected to my fortress. Which is actually something I've never done, now that I think about it. So, like, if I do any vertical mining, it would be, like, out here. Name's front door. Keep locked. I'm also going to make this an animal training zone. And I'm going to go here, and I'm going to go to pets. And I'm going to war train every single one, or a bunch of my male dogs, and I'm also going to set them to be gelded. Actually, I should hunting train them. I'm going to hunting train one of them. The difference between... Ooh. Nah, shouldn't hunting train them. Just war train them. I think so, Electra. I'm not going to assign hunting because then they may go off and die. Kind of don't want that. We lost the key. Named door. Oops. Should be one more dog set to be war trained. There we go. And then over here, I'm going to make another stockpile. It's just going to be for wood. You could not get them out of their cages. You have to assign them to a pen pasture. So you have to go to like this, click this button, and they'll show up as in cages. Just assign them to a pen pasture. That'll remove them from the cage. If you've... Although, actually, giant hedgehogs are hedgehogs. Normal hedgehogs are a little weird because they are they're a vermin. So there's very little you can actually do with vermin pets. Aside from that, a dwarf that likes them will claim them. Yeah, and I am in a fort where that could happen, Dadrick, except, I don't have the luxury of knowing that it's happening. The only way I'm going to know if a dwarf dies is if this number goes down. So, yeah. Wish me luck. I'm terrified. Sort of. Yeah, if a dog tries to hunt a giant mantis, that would end very poorly for the giant mantises. Well, because... Are giant mantises hydraulic? I know spiders are hydraulic. Spiders in Dwarf Fortress, basically, if they start bleeding, they're guaranteed to die. But, like... Because they don't have muscles, they just have blood. So it's, like, easier to kill them in a way. I think mantises are the same way. It's the reason bug forgotten beasts tend to die very quickly. Is because the second they start taking damage, they just, like, fall apart immediately. You know, if you... Hedgehogs are vermin. Yeah, well, Speedy is his name. You know you have a good username when I chuckle? Thanks for the prime sub, Erect Bacon. Now, because I need to know where everything is, just going to channel this down one layer. See where it takes us. Cool. That's 8. That's 8. $19 by 25. So 8. 8. I'm just going to make a circle here, and then I'm actually going to channel this down. I'm going to make most of the underground of this fortress 2 layers high so that I can see what's happening on the upper layer and the lower layer. Gotta see what's happening. Gotta be aware of everything. We have giant mantises neighbors. Well, during a test embark, some giant mantises appeared after the giant thrips flew away. So potentially, yes, we do potentially have giant mantis neighbors. I'm also going to need to make a water reservoir. So let's actually do that. So I'm going to queue up a wooden corkscrew and a wooden pipe section, which will get queued up here. That generates a sound. That would, well, I mean, technically pressure plates do generate an alert, but I have that disabled, so. I could hook up a pressure plate to this, which would close the drawbridge. You're gonna go eat? Okay, fine. They are literally all off with the exception of some story-focused ones. So, like Endgame is still on, Monarch Arrives is still on, Curses are still on, but if a dwarf gets cursed, I'll turn it off. Yeah, I have literally no alerts. The first wagon is still on. Artifacts finishing are on. I don't think it'll tell me if an artifact... I don't think it'll tell me if an artifact starts. So I'm just going to have to be very aware of what the hell's going on. No wood. No everything. No wood. No stones. No food. Let's just turn those off too. Well, I mean, I guess technically music is kind of a good vibes alert when, you know, the party music plays, but that's maybe about it. You know, yeah, like suddenly if we start hearing the siege music, it's like, oh fuck, you know? I guess that could kind of be considered an alert, yeah. You're right. You suddenly start hearing Pony Rider. Where is it? What is it? How is it? Who is it? Where did it come from? I didn't think about that. Yeah, you're right. I'm not going to disable the music, though. That would kind of... Why is there... Why the music... Hold on a second. Why is it playing Tantrum Spiral? Shit! Or no, it's Death Spiral is the name of that song. I prefer Death Sphere. Thank you very much. It's more my vibe. I mean, the fortress is called Surprisetown, right? Why did Walk start playing? That's a good question. That would be very strange if that started playing on the Dwarf Fort soundtrack. Right at the entrance? It's also just going to be a very big entrance, I think is the actual kind of idea here. Is that it's just going to be a big entrance. Oh, right. Yeah, there's also gems. Oh, shit, we found some gems. Not that I knew. I think I'm just gonna make a little door a little room right here. And that's gonna be where the levers are gonna go. I actually kind of like the way this looks. It's 5. It's like suddenly Pink Floyd starts playing and it's like, am I about to get DMCA'd? Like, what's happening? So I would say in this fort more than most, I should probably focus on making sure that dwarves have war animals around them. Oh, we got a giant beetle and normal camels. Hello, Asori. Just another dwarf in the wall. I mean, that's just Monday, but... We did decide the other day that getting stuck in a wall is the most embarrassing way to die as a dwarf. Have I ever made a waterfall entrance to a fort? Several variations on the concept, yes. YouTube chat. I've made waterfall entrance forts. I've made waterfall entrance forts that you need a bridge to level and lower, raise and lower. I had a fort a while ago that had a giant lava lake at the top because there was a volcano up there, and I had about 15 different drawbridges that I would periodically like cause little eruptions, and I had fill chutes for lava to flow down. It was pretty cool. It's a good time. Nights are low. Is it nights are slow? Not low? Knights, thank you very much for that tier 1 subscription. Jack, can I get a round of beers? For the brand new sub. That's where I'm going to put a cage trap. It's nice to use the fancy bear mount now. There you go. This fort is going to be kind of a lot of staring at the front door, too. Like, just super suspect of everything at all times. And checking this screen. But right now, things are relatively safe, so... Keyword here is relatively. Save the game. Okay. I don't don't think so, Red Fogle. I mean, it doesn't matter. I'm not going to let visitors into this fort. Like, straight up, I don't care. So it doesn't really bother me. Because that would basically mean you have no artifacts ever in this fortress. My dad sent me a Nardwar video this morning, which is a first. And I responded to the email saying, "You sending me a Nardwar video? That's a surprise." Which was Nardwar interviewing Mark Carney. And my dad just responded with, "I'd never heard of him before. To be fair, your little sister sent it to me. I guess you have heard of him before." It's like, how could I not have heard of him? You don't know who Nardwar is? You dare to call yourself Canadian? It's a crime. I don't think there should be any mandatory media because that's just like direct line to state media. But if we were to have state media that was mandatory that you had to watch every minute, every day, it would be Nardwar videos. Everybody would be so much happier. Jesus Christ. Do. What are visitors risky? Yes. Nardwar is a comedic interviewer who's well known in the music scene, in the music industry in general. He's known for interviewing musical artists, musicians, and constantly surprising them with very, very specific, pointed, deep-cut questions. And he's a prolific record collector and has a lot of connections at local record stores in Vancouver and uses those record stores to give gifts to the musicians of things specifically from their history. So he'll go up to rapper number 245 and just say, do you remember this punk band you saw when you were 5 with your dad, who also was a musician? Here's a copy of your dad's record, his first pressing, and also a copy of that punk band's first album on tape. And then ask them to tell that story. He's just a very fun interviewer. Well, I mean, I would say his interviews are more of like a comedic bit than interviews, but I wouldn't blanket anybody under anything. So there's plenty of amazing journalists out there. It's just a matter of finding people who are good at their job. Well, he's an oddly Canadian specific thing. He's just really wholesome. If you want to like laugh your ass off, just watch one of the half a dozen, if not dozen at this point, times that he's interviewed Snoop Dogg. There's one that I particularly like where he just like runs up to Snoop Dogg in the press area and his Snoop Dogg security looks like they're going to carry him away. And Snoop's like, no. He's a friend. Come here, man. We got 5 minutes. It's just great. It's just awesome. True. Quilts are comfy. I agree. I mean, he is kind of cringy. Like, that is kind of the point, but I would say he's more wholesome than just cringy, per se. That dog is chasing that camel away. Summer has arrived on the calendar. That is the first notification we've gotten since the fort started. Everything's fine. We should all work together, says this dwarf. Felt love remembering a new romance. Aw, Tholteg and Katten have gotten together. How adorable. They practically beat him up? Really? What? I don't think I've seen that one. Yeah, so you can't turn these off, I don't think. Although I can try. Let me see. Oh. Yeah, I guess maybe I can turn these off. Hold on. Let's see. Reading combat logs is going to be a challenge if something dies. I'll look it up at a later date. But okay, so I do hear the combat sounds though. So just suddenly we're gonna start hearing fighting sounds, and then oh no, there's blood on the ground. What happened? Oh, it's a camel. Oh, that's fine. Did you get him, pupper? Hey, good doggo. Okay. Is there a dead camel now somewhere? Oh, what? Apparently there's a dead giant beetle on the map. And giant beetle. Which one of you doggos did it? Somebody killed a giant beetle. Did you do it? Nope. It's like God putting a blindfold on. It is kind of like, it's going to be kind of like playing this game blindfolded. Although, I'll be honest, my kind of idea for this originally kind of stemmed from, well, this could be a way to kind of come up with like an equivalent to RimWorld No Pause, because Dwarf Fortress is so mechanically designed to be a pause game. And people have asked if it would be possible to do no pause for a while. I think this might be the closest equivalent. Oof. Let's keep that humor to a minimum 640. I don't want that to become a trend. I really don't like that term. It just feels bad. Like, you can use it, I don't care, but oof is all I'll say. I need to hotkey this layer. It's fine though. F1, F2. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to make a burrow. Okay, so this will be underground and below. Okay, well that's all the letters I have, so. And then front tunnel. And I may actually have to use, like, defend burrow commands for this. And then, life's beach. Okay. No, I don't disagree that Surprisetown should have surprises. I'm all for that. Right now, I think that Surprisetown should have a butcher shop, though. Because I've got some animals that I kind of need eaten, added to the food supply. I mean, automated defenses are going to kind of be the name of the game. Automated defenses and fortress spatial awareness are kind of the name of the game for this fort. Looks like we're finding more coal. I do like this supply of coal, though. I wasn't really expecting that, but yet here we are. Let's just slaughter these two. And I'll also make a crafts dwarf shop.
Why are you tiding these people down?
The tiding comes and goes in waves, okay? Jesse, thank you very much for the 11th month. Welcome back. You can't tell if this is going to be a slope up or slope down. It's going to be a slope down. It's going to go down a level. So that I can see the whole thing all at once. And then make other rooms on multiple levels that are below so I can see what's going on without changing levels as much. Why'd you get suspended? I guess somebody was moving something. Then once that first camel has been slaughtered, I'm going to make a bone crafts and a bone totem is what I'm going to do. But this is probably just going to be a big old engraver's guild. That's what this is going to be. And punk. So totem. And bone. And let's just make bone amulets. $18 of them, in fact. Could also make a weaver's shop, which could run in the background. A loom. Rip the camel. YouTube chat wants me to make a statue for the camel. Should I make a statue for the camel, chat? I could make a stone statue for the first horse and the first camel. Oh my god. Chat, we're getting attacked by the bean brains. Look at them. It's a whole flock of them. Ugh. Gonna make 6 cages. Gonna make rock statue and rock statue. One of each. Both of them are going to be made out of limestone, I guess. And this one will be a horse. Done. This one will be a camel. Oh no, was it a one-hump camel? I think it was a one-hump camel. I think I did those right. Okay, so I do get job changing notifications. I don't think I can turn those off. So I've got a camel skull totem and I'm about to have a horse skull totem. And it appears that hopefully somebody will come and claim one of these. We'll get some amulets equipped. God, there's so many giant ostriches. I kind of want some giant ostriches, I'm not going to lie. I'm just going to go here and make a cage trap. Maybe 2 even. And then you right... Oh. Crap. I got rid of all my mechanisms. So let's go up here and type in rock mechanism. Just 3, I guess. I'll make metal limestone. And actually, I think I'm going to remove one of these dwarves from mining. So that I have an extra set of hands for right now. Isn't ostriches one of the, like, giant ostriches are one of the best meat industries? I have no idea if that's the case. But it wouldn't surprise me too much. There's so many flies in here. Oh my word. Let's make some rock pots. $12 of them. And also I'm going to go over here and set all of this to priority 4. So that dwarf is here, just clears that, and then comes and helps, because I've got a lot of meat and stuff that needs to go away. It's because the meat's going to start rotting, and I need them to haul it. I mean, I could sort of see why giant ostriches would be such a good meat and leather industry, because turkeys are a really good meat and leather industry. And what is an ostrich if not just a giant turkey, you know? No, those are emus, not... I have seen giant emus, but those are emus, not ostriches. Those are the cousins of the bird war. Small? Ostriches are small? You do realize that raptors were like the size of a chicken, right? Like, raptors were straight up itty-bitty. Actually, just gonna pause a bunch of tasks for right now so we can get this hauling done. Let's get this meat out of here, guys. Come on. Yeah, there we go. Storing item in stockpile. That's what I want to see. Let's also just go up here and remove gems from this. thought I told you to not put any stones in here. Huh. Okay. I guess I did enable stones here. What? No. I guess I just turned off metal ores. Welp. Okay, let's just jump down here, go over to you, and say make rock pot. And then also just make a meat stockpile. I just really don't want this food to get lost. Already got some high quality cloth coming along. Look at that. And then let's also go over here and just blueprint all of this. Assign you to this as well. Stuff getting pen pastured is fine. Forget that. Okay. There we go. I'm seeing meats getting put away. Sweet. That's what I want to see. I just want to see all, like, this thing not have stuff start rotting, because losing food for no reason is kind of silly. I prefer a twig of the dinosaurs, Vuckrock. How's the new fort? Chat, how's the new fort so far? What do you think? Oh no, I've got rotten one-humped stray camel nervous tissue. I prefer brave tissue anyway. It's just this that needs to get hauled. You'll take calm tissue in a pinch. Yeah, I'm kind of with you there. Dwarves seem happy with it so far. Yeah, it's because nothing bad has happened yet. It's often the giveaway, you know? Just gonna go up to here and make a refuse stockpile. And then just go back to here and unforbid all these tasks. Yeah, this is a teamwork effort, I would say. Or I would consider this a teamwork effort, so I personally don't care. I'm not going to limit chat's ability in that regard. Nothing bad that I've been alerted to? Well, I mean, I should probably check the dead missing list every now and again, right? Okay, so we've got our first cage trap set up. So off to a good start there. We do have drinks, you know. We've got other things. Got a lot of tasks that are getting done. A lot of rock pots getting made. I think I should be allowed to play the game. The challenge is no alerts, not no menus. I mean, you can. I won't listen. Also, the only meeting zone we have right now is a Engravers Guild. With... So the idea would be that we get less requests for guilds. Okay, that can go away. This can go away. This can go away. That can get worked on. And you can get work done. Wait, what? Okay, never mind. For some reason, I thought they were making more than one rock pot per pot, and I was like, excuse me? No, that was a thing, but no, it's not a thing. You'd like to name the guild. Okay, so currently I have a guild zone. Yes, you can name the guild. What would you like to name the guild? We're limited to dwarf word names. Although I could name the zone, but when I move it, it's going to get lost, and I'm going to move it very soon. But this is the name of the guild. I mean, it can be front compound, second compound, so it can be 2 words. The something of something, or the something something of something something. So it could be... It's called it Age. Age is the artifice of ancient, angry... Age is the ancient, ageless, angry artifice of gilding. You don't want to hold the game? Well, you could change what you want if you want. If you the heart. Is tropic a word? No. Okay. Maybe what we'll do is this. We'll name the zone whatever you want to name it. And I'll just remember to rename it when I move it. We'll just go with that. Because that's a bit of a tall ask, I guess. Well, they kind of are, like, economically communist, but they're not hierarchy communist. It is an Engravers Guild, yes. But, Tropic Communist, what would you like to name the zone? It can be anything you want. The guild is currently called the Heart, but... But it can be anything you want. Unless you would like a dwarf. You can also change your mind. They're a monarch democracy sort of thing, but they don't really have ownership in the way we do. They have a very different economic system. Yeah, I know, it's fine. What dwarf would you like, then? Just pick one from the list. One that hasn't been named, so not Wolfist, Wolf, or Snail. But, like, we got Zon, we got Kel, we got Momas, we got Katten, and we got Fultic. You want Katten? Okay. Your name makes me think of Tropico, by the way. But Tropicami likes a little excitement now and then, tends to form only tenuous emotional bonds with others, takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, is conflicted by this for more than one reason, likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, is moved by art and natural beauty, and dislikes the natural world, He's troubled by this since he dislikes the natural world. He often acts with compassion, begins to talk at a hushed whisper when he's angry, and needs alcohol to get through the working day. And he likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. He dreams of creating a great work of art, and likes sespertine and tin and inventurine and bucklers and crowns and dear men for their grace. The sounds of the glittering sparkles of impossible prefers to consume artichoke wine, tapir's milk, and pigtail seeds, and pomelos, and absolutely hates blood gnats. Needs a meager study and is the manager. For a second there, I thought that your deity was also named Fultig. Because like they both started with a T and they both have an S in the last name. I was like, hold on a second, you worship your wife? Ben, thank you very much for gifting us sub to Tropic Communist. Welcome to the world of the subscribed. And then over here, setting these to standard selections. Can the drawbridge be named? Yes. Since people are enthusiastic about this new system, and it seems to be going well so far, I'm going to change the cooldown speed. I'm not going to say to what, but I'm going to change the cooldown speed. Today is a beta test, so the rate at which it cools down may change. So you'll still have to keep an eye. But it's got a shorter cooldown now. Don't ruin this, people. We'll see. People tend to be the things that ruin things for people, so we'll see. Only constructed things can have a name. So, like, I can't name this. I can't name a bed. But if a bed is placed, it can be named. But if it gets unplaced, it loses its name. You want an only menus run. Isn't that every Dwarf Fortress run, Fraxa? As long as I don't have to do an all alerts on run, because that would just be awful. The game would never run. It would just be unpause, 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 unpause for the entirety of it. Like, that would actually be hell. Like, genuinely, that would be hell. An old redemption that's no longer relevant in regards to Discord board story. In the Discord, there's a room where people are basically playing telephone 24/7 on my Discord. I used to read them periodically. I stopped doing it because I got tired of people making me say innuendos. So, although every now and again, like, people still like run it, and I look at it occasionally and chuckle. Yep. Training would be hell. Training would be hell. And I'm not just saying that because it's like funny and all. No, it would just be hell. It would just be hell.
This is madness.
Madness. Yeet. It's off to hell we go. How you doing, Hobo? How's things? We're just waiting for these ads to end. Because I'm currently in an ads breaks. Because this is going to be a 2Z level tall map, and I just wanted to make sure that wasn't an aquifer. But I'm going to be probably spanning the fort over 2 to 4 Z levels. Horse bones are heavy, I guess. How goes the fort? Brand new. I've changed the Dwarf redemption rules so people can now just name anything. The cooldown is less consistent, but if people redeem things too consistently, or if the same person repeatedly redeems something, then I will just name you something for you. So we're gonna have a bunch of named tables, I predict. Giant osprey. I love the sprite for the giant osprey. Look at that thing. I love it. Just looks awesome. Name a table James Hatfield. No, I ate them. I ate the horse and I ate the camel. No, we haven't named a table James Hatfield. I kind of want to be risky and like drain water in down here and then pump it. I was going to name that horse fancy name and Glitterhoof. See, here's the problem with naming pets and why I didn't do it in the past when dwarves were expensive is because I don't care about your names. I will eat them. So if you name a horse, fully expect horse to get et, okay? Just so long as we're on the same page here. That doesn't make them safe from consumption, okay? So unfortunately, Fancy Mane Glitterhoof would probably turn into Fancy Steak Dinner Oof. Or soap. At lunch. Eat me next! Exclamation point. Sure. I mean, you could name the war dogs. If they're assigned to somebody, that is. Speaking of horse, I did make statues of the horse and the camel. No, it would just be horse meat. Notice how I presume it would just be horse meat. Yeah, it doesn't, it just says chopped goat liver, chopped horse liver. It doesn't say stray horse liver, so it wouldn't be referred to as name of pet meat. It would just be horse liver. There's the horse and there's the camel. So now you could name the statue Fancy Mane Glitterhoof if you want. How's that? You can name any constructed building. Basically anything that has a little note symbol up there. Technically this isn't naming, right? Like this bridge isn't called that. It's the old notes tool. So you used to be able to put notes on things. This used to be mission critical tool. Because the game did not always have those little... Okay, so you know how you can like see what's connected to a lever? That's a recent feature. You used to not be able to do that. So this used to be mission critical because you would name this front door 1, front door 2, front door 3, or whatever. Or which was my favorite lock the front door lever name back in the day. So yeah. We're also up to midsummer. Should probably just make a trade depot in case something shows up. Although I'm not really expecting it. Actually, instead of putting that there, let's... put it a little further this way. Also, I'm going to go here and I'm going to go furnaces and make a wood furnace. I'm going to make 1 piece of charcoal. And then just start making coal. Or coke, rather. Hold up, we got migrants. Yeah, it's actually always been that way, Wolfist Wolf. So it'll stop one person from repeatedly naming stuff, but if this works, what I might end up doing is bringing back the Redeem a Dwarf with its old price, with its old cooldown. So we'll see. Like that's the other option I see here. Dream of mastering a skill. Without a great deal of input from others, has a sense of... It's an overinflated sense of self-worth, cracks easily under pressure, doesn't mind wearing something special now and again, and is quick to form negative views about things. Really happy and enthusiastic. Adequate hammer dwarf? Well. Wolfist Wolf is going to be my militia commander. And, I've actually got a bunch of skilled combat dwarfs in here. Thomas, you're also an axe dwarf. I'm going to need to see what some of these gods are in terms of mastering a skill. Extremely confident in situations requiring his skills. Yeah, you'd be fine. Thanks, Ben. See you when we see you. Also, I have a llama who's going to get edited. And a goddamn bunny. Awful. Awful, awful, awful. Awful falafel. I should also make a farmer's workshop. Because the dogs probably have had enough time to breathe. Breathe? Breed. Someone has probably made one. I'm not familiar with any off the top of my head in regards to name generators where all the words are dwarf fort. Okay, so you guys know that I don't really like making things that are super symmetrical, right? Well, I'm just going to tell them to auto-mine all this out. I'm just going to channel it down when it's done. I'll use those as hallways. Maybe build them into bedrooms as well. Got dwarves doing engraving demonstrations with dabbling engravers. Also going to smooth all of this as some training. I'm trying specifically to make sure that all these dwarves join an Engraver's Guild so that I don't actually need to worry that much about So I don't actually need to worry all that much about making guilds. Because otherwise that might be a little bit annoying to deal with. You gotta go, Tropic? All right, we'll try and keep your dwarf alive. Someone could probably, there's probably like a random name creator that just allows you to put in words and then you could just copy paste the entirety of the Dwarven language. That probably exists. Okay, so let's get rid of that. And then make a smelter. $490, I think. It was the high 400s, retrospective. But like before premium, before the game was on Steam, you basically couldn't have over 200 dwarves because the game ran so slowly back in those days. And it wasn't due to my computer, the game just ran bad. So like numbers have gotten a little bit inflated because it just depends on like what kind of amount of lag you're willing to tolerate. If you're okay with tolerating some more lag, like you can go ridiculously high. So we're at 13 dwarves. No, it was a game optimization problem. So this computer runs at about... Shocked after being attacked? By what? This computer runs this version of the game at about... Assuming I'm not making the map larger than 4x4, like 70 FPS with 200 dwarves. Version 47, this computer with 160 dwarves just runs at about 20. So regardless of the size of map, it's a game optimization thing back in the day. Now you can just kind of get a bigger computer. The things that changed it was primarily the update to SDL2 and the offloading of graphics from the CPU and moving the graphics to the GPU, which was something Putnam did. There hasn't been a crash caused by multi-threading in about a year. But yeah, technically it is experimental because it has caused some unexpected bugs over time, but most of them have been fixed. I never turn it off, and at least I don't think I've turned it off. Yeah, I basically never turn it off, and I haven't had a crash caused by it in over a year, so. And the only thing that multi-threading actually multi-threads is the line of sight code. So do keep that in mind. Let's see how many dwarves have joined this guild. 4 workers currently. Save the game. Okay. I'm going to point the camera at the front door, and I'm going to go make my lunch. Tell me if anything terrible happens, yeah? I'm gonna go get a pizza pretzel is what that actually means. Because I'm getting hungry and it's 3 o'clock. I think we'll do... I mean, I might just stream Dwarves today. I really want to play some more Star Sector this week. So either we'll just keep playing Dwarves, or we'll do like 8-9 hours of Dwarves, maybe like 2 hours of Star Sector. If that works for you guys. Because it did kind of take a while to get in game. Sounds like RxN Dub is making a, or beginning the process of making a Dwarf Fortress language word generator. Just remember that Dwarf Fortress grammar is weird. But yeah, the last crash that I can think of that was caused by, oh yeah, saves are going to be real slow in this world because of how old it is. The last crash that I can think of that was related to multi-threading was because 2 notifications were happening simultaneously. Because in space, nobody can hear you stream, Bastet. Cool. Bunny has been gelded. The bunny has now lost its only purpose in life. And at the very least, we're going to have a lot of stuff to make Coke. Okay, so this is the front door. If something bad happens, shout, chat. I'll be right back. And yes, I realize we're running lowish on, like, drink and food, but that's okay. I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere fast. Round of beers, please. I'm a functional adult eating a pizza pretzel for breakfast. I mean, lunch. I ate breakfast, I think. Chair, hi. Oh, hi, chair. All right. It's a big kid seat, not a high chair. I mean, it's 3 o'clock. It's lunch. I mean, it's almost 5 o'clock. That is a lot of Coke. Okay, the other thing I should do is some rock mugs. And let's do rock table. And rock throne. I really like alfalfa. Actually, like genuinely, like alfalfa shoots on a sandwich, A+. It's what makes a sandwich go from being a, you know, a $1 sandwich or, you know, a $8 sandwich to a $12 sandwich. When you make burritos at home, you gotta have the sprouts. No, absolutely. Totally. Especially breakfast burritos. Although, I've been eating baby radish sprouts on my sandwiches and dinners and salads. Because I had a bag of radish seeds that apparently were good until 2019. I was like, well, none of these are gonna sprout, so I'm just gonna throw all of them into the pot. Anyway, 99% of them sprouted, I think. Like, there's no way these are still alive. Nope, they've all sprouted, so I've got like 1 trillion radishes in this one tiny pot. So I've been eating baby radishes, and they're so good. Do you like the taste of radish? If you like the taste of radish, they just taste like radish. It's pretty straightforward like that. Okay, so we've already got somebody who's crying on somebody in charge. You got pestered by acorn flies. Oh, big baby. Hey, I can eat. Although it seems like moods are already sorting themselves out a little bit. You know what I really like a lot of people don't? Is beets. People don't like beets. I make my own pickled beets because they're too expensive to buy. It's really easy to make pickled beets. I want to name a male dog Rambo. Okay. Well, I don't like Beats by Dr. Dre, but I do like Beats. Currently breeding unicorns in your fort. Are they war trainable? I didn't know that unicorns were war trainable. I want to say they're 1 year to be an adult for unicorns, right, chat? Anybody want to fact check that? Someone in YouTube chat wants to know how long it takes them to become adults. Well, that doesn't necessarily mean dwarves can use them as mounts or war train them, but I'm pretty sure you have to mod your game for dwarves to be able to war train them, but it's like a watered down spicy apple. It's like a drier apple. It's like a dry, like kind of tart, spicy-ish apple. Sure, I can see that. All right, well, let me just... This is the ugliest friggin' fort I've made in a long time right now. It's early days. Do not judge visually, please. Also, this dwarf has to wake up. I mean, I don't know if it's effective, but... You wish you could like radishes? Radishes are one of the greatest root foods on that we have access to as human beings. I fucking love radishes. Although I will be honest with you, a lot of my love for radishes is because of the fact that I garden. The reason I love them because I garden is because they grow really fast. They're not picky. They're easy. They don't generally bolt unless you leave them in direct sunlight in the middle of the summer and it's stupidly hot. And it's like the instant gratification plant. Like, I planted some radishes, I shit you not, 10 days ago. I'm going to have radishes in like a week. They're just really, 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 really fast. And then if you forget about them for 2 days and they do bolt, then their seeds are also tasty. It's like radishes in a different format. There's like 3 ways to eat them. You can eat the tops, you can eat the leaves, you can eat the root. They're great. Radishes are also kind of like ginger in that you might like radishes, you just don't realize you like radishes because a lot of things have radish in it. And you may not realize you're eating radish. Kind of like onion, where it tastes very, very different if cooked. Like, I've had fancy seeded breads and stuff that have had radishes in them. I mean, horseradish is different, but... Yeah, same with beets. Beets are also used in a shit ton of things. I don't know. I'm very not picky when it comes to vegetables. So. We'll put this play away. Not planning to smooth the walls before channeling down? That would ruin the cave aesthetic, and dwarves don't look up. So you don't like vegetables, Chris? Because those are both products that are derived from vegetables, but neither of those are vegetables. That's like saying your favorite vegetable's pizza. I'm sorry that you're an unhealthy sack of human flesh that will die young. Oh, someone in YouTube chat just said that they like ketchup and ranch sauce are their 2 favorite vegetables. There's very few things I judge people about, but not liking vegetables is one of them. I will judge the ever-living fuck out of you for that.
Remove everything that's good from it, the seeds, the vitamins, the nutrients, everything that's good about it, and just jam it full of shit garbage shit sugar, and put it in a shit bottle that sounds like shit when you put
They
it in
didn't specify, Shine.
ketchup.
I like a sweet onion raw. I also like a shallot raw. Dude, celery is the best melted cheese delivery mechanism. It's great. You know, one of my favorite things is like how human biology works, where we don't like certain foods because we think that they're bad for us, or we are not used to consuming them, so we think that it's going to hurt us or affect us negatively. Like, it's a psychological thing. And it is something that can be trained. Like, I hated beets when I was younger, but I grew up, so now I'm an adult, and I've learned that beets are actually pretty great. I love purple carrots. Just have to say that. Avocados are a fruit, no? You know, Chris, I don't know if you're doing this intentionally or not, but you kind of just make me feel icky. Chris in YouTube chat says, raw carrots and celery and stuff are my favorite, probably because they're served with wings, really. Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't think we can be friends, mate. It's okay. Beets hate you too. They make you think that you're bleeding internally, no man. So that you'll stop eating them. Beet juice is used in cocktails, yeah. There's a brewery close to me that makes a beer out of beets, and it is delicious. It's sort of tongue-in-cheek. Well, you are still making me feel gross, so. I did used to know somebody, my ex's older brother, who every single time I saw him eat at my ex's house, or at my ex's parents' house, would take all of his vegetables and take them off of his plate. This is a grown-ass adult, by the way, and put it on the table. And then when he was done eating, he would just get up and leave. And not clear it. And his dad would clear it. And to this day, it's genuinely one of the most disturbing things I've ever seen. He would also do this at at restaurants. Like, he would never order, like, if he ordered a burger, right? Like, we went to Red Robin's once. As, like, a family gathering with their aunts and uncles. With their aunt and uncle, I should say. And he took all of the vegetables off of his burger and just placed it on the table. Like, not on a napkin, just on the table. Didn't want it on his plate. Like... And so that's kind of what I imagine whenever people are just like, I hate vegetables. Because that was his whole take. Is like, I don't like leafy green things and I don't like veggies. Was always what he would say. Like, he wouldn't complain, he just didn't eat them. But he did it by placing it on the table, which is still to this day like the most brain hurt thing I've ever seen. Oh, I don't low-key despise them, I openly mock them. Should I pandemonium? Use a coaster at least. I mean, just go get an extra fucking plate. Or, you know, go put them in the kitchen. Anyway, although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, a supply caravan has, from the Hammers of Dance, which is a great name, is a welcome sight. Their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. There's plenty of things I don't like in foods, and like kinds of foods I don't like, and sauces and stuff that I don't like, but I'll eat out all of it, because I'm a grown-up. Like, I don't like ketchup at all, but if you give me a burger with ketchup on it, I'll eat it. That's fine. I will maybe complain later, but I'll eat it. Also, we're making strawberry wine. So now I get to figure out where are they coming from. Oh, look at this. It's the Outpost Liaison. What an odd individual. Also got some swords, dwarfs. Makes me kind of curious as to what they're bringing. Probably just normal things. I was kind of hoping we'd have a necromancer experiment liaison or something, but also something I should check. Oh, look at that. Queen is still a weird elf. But because I made that, because I reclaimed that fortress, it looks like we've gained a bunch of locations. Or at least some locations. Also, it looks like we are allied with a lot of humans, actually. Well, that's interesting. The humans have taken over some goblin locations. There's also this wait. Was this one of my faction's old areas before? I wonder. There's no civilized population anywhere here. That would be fun to go after, actually. We're also allied with a bunch of humans down here. Holy shit, 7,500. The Tomb of Fated Years. And we're allied with it? Okay. It also looks like we're at war with the humans over here. Whoa. So we're apparently at war with the Grand Theaters? Which, from what I can tell, is a dwarven civilization. Huh. The Book of the People. I like that. Can dwarves ally with goblins? It's not possible for goblins to ally with things. You can, like, demand tribute from them, but they'll just eventually attack you. Like, there is no way to maintain peaceful relations with goblins. Because they'll just attack eventually. Well, goblins don't. Demons do. So demons are what controls the goblins' motives. And demons are basically hellspawn. Okay, so this also answers this question. I can't turn off the diplomacy screen. I was worried about that. Wolfist Wolf meets with the Outpost Liaison, and the Outpost Liaison says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share, and they've added information to Civilization and World Info. And they say the requirements for next year's caravan. They'll bring more of these. If I go to pets, is there anything interesting? No. No, there isn't. Let's ask for... I don't know. I don't know what to ask for. I'm gonna ask for Fireclap. For a little bit of fun. They want armor. Oh, okay. Could make some leather armor. Oh shit! I found Galena. That's nifty. Well, I mean, I'm already done with it now, but I don't think you can request tomes, can you? Also need a broker and a bookkeeper. Ooh. Nomal the blacksmith's actually pretty good at this stuff. Question is, where are you now? There you are. I think you can actually share this office with this dwarf. We're gonna do a 2 for office. A 2 for 1 deal. Well, choirs aren't books. Choirs are unwritten books made out of sheet. You could also import sheet, which is lighter, so they import more and also cheaper. And then it's just a singular task to make them into codexes. Copper, tin, nickel. Okay, hold on. What value do I have? 291. Sure, let's grab the copper and the electrum. I'm gonna buy that instrument, that bugged. They also brought a bunch of empty barrels. As well as, or a empty barrel. I don't really need cages. Captivated by Pulleys is a book they brought. And it all begins with the mountain home. A lot of this stuff's expensive. Just gonna buy that splint and see if they'll take that trade. Hey, they did. Nice. How dwarves today? Surprisetown is how the dwarves are. It's a very surprising town, is the secret. The darkest secret. Also need more engravers, so let's just shrink. Just engrave, or just smooth this, smooth this, smooth this, smooth this, smooth this, and smooth that. Although I misclicked with the last one. I want most of these dwarves to be primarily engravers. We're also making strawberry alcohols, which seems to be going pretty well. I'm actually kind of curious. If I extract from plants, I wonder what we'd be extracting right now. So I should check. That's pretty good for your dwarves, though, Chris. Brewing drink from Whipvine. Although actually, let's just bump that to the top. Okay, so how come extract from plants is... Oh, this is gonna be fun. Getting no job cancellations. Having to deduce why things ain't working. Probably need a bag. Who's upset? 'Tis my broker who's upset. You're literally just upset about the flies and sleeping on a cave floor. Like, literally, that's it. No empty food container. Well, there's one right there, so that's not the problem. So, it's probably I need a bag. That is going to be fun, though. Like, deducing why things aren't working. I do also have a bunch of available rock pots and whatnot, and mugs, which is good. So this down here, I'm just going to make into a big old guild hall. Actually, I could put it underneath here. Let's make the guild hall down here. And then I'm going to make a tunnel going this way, and then that'll be bedrooms. Or this could be guild hall and temple. Thinking guild hall and temple. Let's also go down here and make a jeweler. Looks like a hammer. Kind of does, actually. Could unify the colors somewhat. That is true. There was a lot of flies there initially. The bugs are pretty bad in this universe. Also, I just realized this dwarf is a legendary blacksmith. Dude. Holy shit. Should just give them a smelter shop and just let you begin smelting. I use them all the time. I think quantum stockpiles are something that you either use in every fort or you never use them. I use them kind of excessively. Also, we got another migrant wave, so we're up to 18 dwarves now. See how the surface is doing. Albatrossman. It looks so sus. Look at that fucking guy. Oh my god, that's funny. Ah, that's great. I mean, I will be using quantum stockpiling for sure. I'm just kind of trying to keep things stable right now, primarily. Although, I mean, I could make a minecart and then... Actually, why don't I make a metal minecart, even? So this right here, oops, can be assigned to... no, this can be assigned to you. You're a blacksmith, not a furnace operator. So this can just be anybody. So let's just smelt galena. And work on coal as well. Yep. Population went up again. So we've gotten the first 2 migrant waves. So my concern with maybe not getting the migrant waves due to my obsession with... Why this obsession with weapons in battle? I don't understand some people. Okay. Thanks for sharing there, Dwarf. This dwarf is enjoying the process of record keeping, so I guess that's good. It's also nice to know actually how much brew we have. If you want that dwarf to be specific about the tasks that they carry out, and also then you can be super meticulous about who does what where. Like in this case, this dwarf is legendary, so I kind of only want the legendary dwarf doing the task. Even though, like, you know, I do have an accomplished metalcrafter and proficient weaponsmith, I'm like, oh. Or a blacksmith, not weaponsmith. It would just be nice to have just one dwarf working on this. I disagree with that. I kind of hate the sound of text-to-speech voices. But hey, if it works for you, it works for you. Yeah, that's what I want. Okay, so we're getting lead. Let's make lead. Let's just make lead minecarts. Let's make 3 of those. And then lead statue. 4. So engravers, you don't need to get an engravers guild. You can just make one. I made one and set it to citizens only. There's currently 4 workers in it, but because I have one and it's set to citizens only, and because it is literally the only place currently that dwarves can socialize, they kind of don't really have an option. So they're all just going to kind of join it, regardless of if they want to or not. I'm also going to probably make more picks out of silver. I'm also going to remove other tasks, because currently you need to attend a meeting. Thankfully, Dwarf Fortress doesn't process alcohol poisoning. It's something I'm very happy about, actually. And I've been happy about for a very long time. Curious who you're trying to attend it with. Because currently nobody's conducting a meeting. So you're probably trying to yell... Oh, the manager's asleep. So trying to have a meeting with the manager, but can't because manager's asleep. Doesn't feel anything while crying on somebody in charge. You poor soul. You poor, poor soul. Okay, it also seems that we have some piglets. And I also have a mule? Well, that's unfortunate. Also, Bastet wanted me to name a war dog Rambo, so Rambo, and I'm going to assign Rambo to the manager, which I super duper was asked and then got distracted by something and then didn't do, but I just looked and checked. So Rambo is now a war dog. Sorry for taking 30 minutes to actually do that, but... This dwarf is gaining skills and record keeping pretty quick. Speaking of naming something, what would you like me to name? Mr. Peekaboo. Okay. You're waiting for me to unironically say Mr. Peekaboo, right? God, I have to open Mr. Peekaboo. What? Beg your fucking pardon? This is what happens when chat gets... Like, how do I word this? For reference, the cooldown's 30 minutes on name something. It used to be 45, it's now 30. And I should also make another butcher shop. Man, I don't want to keep remaking these. And another tanner. Shocked reliving being attacked. This is weird, because this dwarf was supposedly attacked, but at the same time... wasn't attacked by anything as far as I can tell. So I don't know what caused that thought. Also, it appears that the giant ostriches just walk horizontally left to right up here. So I'm going to go see... Yeah, I'm just going to go throw a cage trap up here and see if we can catch ourselves some of them there, giant ostriches, you know? It's a lot of beetle ichor. Seems like some more dwarves are becoming engravers now because we're actually getting a bunch of engraving demonstrations. Which does mean I will find out pretty soon, probably, if I do get notifications for guilds. And the guild will be moved down here momentarily. Let's also make rock blocks here. Let's just do limestone blocks, make 20 of them. I mean conglomerate, not limestone. I know I said one thing and meant the other, but... That's possible, which is why it's weird. Bismuth. World's largest omelet up incoming in regards to ostriches. What are we putting in stockpiles? Ah. Random crap. Let's do bone. Make bone amulet. And skull totem. No, I think it's a demand, not an alert, is what those are considered. Well, I mean, it's not, rather, I don't think it's considered an alert. It would be listed in the alert screen if it was, and it's not, so. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will leave the game paused until the ads is done. You're working on all this. You're over here and you're still updating stockpiled records. Man, so many records to update. Yeah, I had scrambled eggs once and then was told after the fact that it was an emu egg. It was at a friend's house, or a family friend's house, not my friends, my parents' friends. And they had emus. Ask me anything about why and how I got pecked in the back of the head by an emu as a child. I was a little kid. And one of them smacked me in the back of the head. Not pleasant. I don't recommend. But they had emus, and I was over there for breakfast once, or brunch, I guess, once. And we had pancakes and scrambled eggs. And then after we were done eating, they go, oh yeah, by the way, that was the emu. Which was like, huh? It's an interesting conversation after the fact. I don't have, well, they don't count the bees in the hive unless they're in your hives. So no, he's not counting all those bees. I may actually remove this dwarf from being the bookkeeper and give it to the manager instead. I think I'm actually going to do that. Because this dwarf seems a bit too mentally unstable for that kind of thing. At least for right now. They are the least happy dwarf in the fort, and them sitting there just doing that task all day is bad. Too Tall Dad, what's up, dude? It's good to see you. Goes and yells at somebody in charge. First we were, like, crying on somebody in charge. Now we're crying and yelling at somebody in charge. Seems cathartic. I don't know. Oh, shit. Morglena. Look at that. Nifty. So, yeah, they only count all those bees if you actually have them in a hive. And I don't have any bees in a hive. Also, I didn't see any on the surface when I was glancing earlier, but also haven't looked in a moment. Oh, there's a rat. Just an ostrich. Oh, yeah, there is some bees. There's honeybees. But, yeah, they don't count the colony of honeybees unless it's actually in your thing. Same with termites, although termites actually have way more. Way larger populations of termites. Just diving into more Star Sector. Yeah, I was thinking about doing some Star Sector tonight, too. But, you know, gotta get this fort off the ground first. No, there's nothing you can do with termites. They're just there. There's a few different kinds of insect hives that are not interactable. I don't know why you would or what you would even get out of farming termites. So we probably have some decent engravers at this point. Skilled engraver, look at that. Most of them are just dabbling, though. It's fine. Magic stuff, maybe? Yeah, who knows? Fucking goose. Creed! Thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. Appreciate you. I'm just gonna take another one of these and plunk it down here. Maybe two. There's a lot of things that you could eat if you're starving, Chris. Chris in YouTube chat says that you could eat termite larva if you're starving. I'm like, there's a lot of things you could eat. You could also eat tree bark. Also, thanks for chucking a sub at Retrospective Ghost. I'm starting to develop a conspiracy theory that today is the day that everybody got their tax returns because we had a crazy hype train this morning. Like, absolutely nuts. It's a goal to have a goal because Twitch told me to make a goal, so I made a goal. That's what it's for. It's about as meaningful as the follower goal. I'm actually just going to tell him to smooth these so that we can gain the skills. Oh shit, Limonite. There's a lot of ore in this map so far. It's your birthday? Chat, can I get a round of beers for Ciliax's birthday? Happy birthday. Celebration of the anniversary of your birth. Might just seem like a day, but in most ways it is. Because in most ways I don't even know what I'm saying. Furniture with cut gems. Shell opals, please. Oh, wait, no, not you. Okay, well, whatever. We'll cut shell opals. I was going to say encrust furniture with specific types of gems. Just cancel that. Cut gems. Specify gem. Shell opal. There we go. Any plans for your birthday? I don't really do much. I learned that my birthday is actually on a Tuesday this year, so I was like, well, I guess I'll be streaming. Let's also go over to that. Expulsion of mother belly. I don't know what... I choose to not know what that means. That is my choice and not necessarily something you need to agree with, but... New fort? Yeah! New fort. Old memes. Mass hysteria. So that'll be another jeweler's workshop. Ah. You know, I think this is a sign that you have enough kids, Anander, because you're starting to develop a childlike mind. Like, you're starting to degrade backwards as a human. Oh, that's specific to a stonemason's workshop. I should get rid of that. Also, I've made a lead statue of Tropic Kami, which is kind of cool. Kind of curious what you're going to go encrust. First, you're going to go grab a rose-cut shell opal. And the statue. Well, there we go. 680. It's made of lead, so you know, we ain't fucking around with that. Broker is over here doing an engraving demonstration. Yeah, this dwarf's got some serious PTSD from something. I don't know what. King Snake? We got King Snickmans. I love how thick their, like, torso is versus their head. You're drinking a coffee? That's not possible to wake up when you have kids. Come on. We know this. High social awareness is patient but cheerless. Feels no cheer. Okay, so I don't think I can get rid of the... Oh, no, I willingly left these on. Because these are all things that don't directly affect me. They just let me know of story stuff. So there's now a Baron of Hatchetbuck. Thightcut Anvil Council has been promoted to the position of Owldors. Did we take over something? Oh. 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 So my queen is dead. By the way. And there's now 4,000 goblins there. I don't know where they came from. Because there's no goblins here. There's just... apparently a few dwarves that aren't part of a faction that I'm familiar with. Huh. It came from the pits. Yeah, sure, certainly. There must be a tunnel. Destroyer, Fatal, and North Magic of Dungeon Scar. Those are all awesome names. Well, rip my Elven Queen. I suppose she's dead. Same with the Outpost Liaison, the one that just visited. Also, Craft Twinkles is a funny place. Imagine being informed you are now the Baron of Craft Twinkles. I don't know how I'd feel about that. Certainly probably mixed feelings. Making tables all fancy. Anonymous is giving away an adventure awaits, which is this mug. So if you would like one of these, maybe, and you're watching on the Twitch, you can type an exclamation point, enter. It doesn't need to be all caps, but... Or you could gift one by doing that, if you're crazy. Cheers, dude. Appreciate you. You guys are helping me gain the budget to buy a printer. For scheming purposes. But seriously, thank you. And good luck to all of you entrances. You have it? So you're gonna withhold entrance of this one? But thank you to whomstever is giving that away. You are very kind. I really hope this ends up looking as cool as I think it might. Fingers crossed here. Too Tall Dad Gaming, congrats. You've won the mug. Thank you very much to everybody who entered. Better luck next time, I suppose. I think I'm just going to go up to here and just... just do this for right now. Just make that into a dormitory, so at the very least they have beds to sleep on instead of sleeping on the floor. So right now I'm just kind of developing problems for myself in the future. Let's see, is there anything in cages? Nope, nothing in cages. Okay, something else I am going to do is I'm going to go up to here. Get rid of this meeting zone. And I'm going to pen pasture all of these war dogs that are not assigned to anything up here. We're going to do that. I'm also going to put that stupid goose up here so that wild animals stop appearing. I have a reindeer calf? God damn it. I'll also put the... well, butcher the reindeer calf, actually, is what I'm going to do. You want to work at a startup? I mean, I never said that I wanted that. This is simply implying that that was the outcome, you know? So I'm going to make this into a dining hall and then assign the dining hall as that guild hall. The Engravers Guild. The heart. The heart of the fortress, if you will. Although I didn't actually assign it as a dining hall. I said I was going to do that, but then didn't. So they'll use this as a place for food consumption. And I'll also have to prioritize this with tables and chairs. And whatnot. Well, Rambo doesn't have to be assigned to that location. Rambo can go wherever, but... and that'll hopefully help the value of this quite considerably. I'm going to prioritize this, though. Because Dwarf right now is just probably doing completely unrelated things constantly. Yep, actually currently just trying to attend meetings with the expedition leaders. So expedition leader, congrats. You're no longer going to do other tasks. You're just going to conduct meetings mostly, I guess. And also, this is going to be the expedition leader's office because they don't currently have an office. So if I give this to the expedition leader, then they will have a nicer place to do meetings. And I will give you a table and a chair. The real question is, though, could this meeting have been an email? Also, I guess it's sunny, because I see the sun! Hold up. It is very sunny. Very, very, very sunny. And then I can go down into here. And I can go instrument. We got the 2 instruments to place down in there. We've also got some large gems too, which is cool. May engrave massive statue of leader. I mean, we kind of have one of those. It's down here. Well, not of the leader. This is specifically of Tropic Kami, who is the, manager. I like that I told them to just make statues, and obviously the manager commissioned this of themselves, I mean, it's an image of Tropic Communist. It's surrounded by bucklers. On the item is an image of a boogeyman in shell opal by Snail. So Snail put an image of boogeyman on it, probably around the base, and does it not say who made the? Oh yeah, Nomal, the blacksmith. Should we give Nomal a name? The legendary blacksmith, who's also like my broker, but also is kind of broken. Like, she's just got some severe PTSD, and I'm not totally sure why. Like, if someone can come up with a good name, or a good nickname for that dwarf, I'm willing to work with it. Ralph? I mean, I wouldn't say that's a good name. Not so normal. Anxiety! With a bunch of tildes. Bum, bum, bum. The horrid? Ah. Horrid memories. Horrid thoughts. Could also make a blacksmith guild and see if we can get them to be the leader of the blacksmith's guild. I do, like, because everybody's kind of happy in this fort. Except this blacksmith. Why, is she a Brita filter? Got more dwarves becoming engravers. True, the Haggard could be pretty good. Haggard, they call her. Not a Harry Potter reference. She wants to be extravagant and help somebody. How about we make silver rings? Just 2. Maybe she'll go make them. Well, maybe she'll claim them after she makes them. More flies? God damn it. I mean, nothing bad has happened yet. I did hear fighting sound. We did realize the music is kind of a notification. Thankfully, like, the fighting sounds are spatial. So I heard fighting sounds and then found a bunch of, like, what's it called? Beetle blood? Yeah. Because it's not off cooldown yet. I'll be honest with you, Jacob. This is entirely why I'm changing this, is because I'm so fucking tired of just dealing with, like, the, oh, it's not up yet, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, because it's, if you can't use it, it's because it's on cooldown. Which is why it's out of stock all the time. And if it's out of stock all the time, you need to allow cookies on Twitch. I'm sorry, but that's the way it is. Oh, it's all good. I'm not Twitch's tech support, so if something isn't working, I can't fix it. You have to fix it. Which, it is what it is. I'm also kind of curious if my new king is noteworthy. Leonardo Dwarf Vinci. No, we got the first trade caravan. I mean, it's kind of hard to miss them. They show up in the fall. Also, the fort's not even a year old, so caravans plural? Beggeth your pardon? Must not have enough lead. I will say job cancellations are going to be a bad one to deal with. That's about the only issue I'm really running into so far. It's job cancellations. If your body looks like this, Jeff Towns, please go see a doctor. I mean, clearly it's a hammer. And if you have a hammer in your scrotum, you should probably check. Get that checked out. Might be bad. YouTube chat sees dicks everywhere. YouTube chat needs to grow up. See? Horde gets it. What name, what thing? What's new? Fort looks like a guitar? Or an axe that's like actively hitting something that's cracking? Or like a mace? Like a club? A bunk stick? If you turn your head sideways, it's kind of like a bunk stick hitting the wall. Although this would make it look more better, but that's me looking the other way because I'm mirrored. What's up, Salva? A loot? Sure, yeah. So Doom theme. So there's one upset dwarf, and they just got a nickname which we gave them. So do I have a dwarf with an anger problem? You have eyes, I think. That probably work. Or you're on a very small device and can't read it, in which case my bad. But if you have eyes that work, you should be able to look up and see that there's only one pissed off dwarf. And we're too early in the fort to really have things like that happening yet. So, no. Even that dwarf isn't particularly angry. They've just kind of got some weird PTSD going on, which I'm working on solving. So request number 2, Electric Boogaloo. Like, do you want a male dwarf? Do you want a female dwarf? Do you want a minor dwarf? Do you want somebody in a position of power? You have 5 seconds to comply or you're getting a chair. 4, 2, 5. Damn, Elfie, 100 exactly. Holy shit. Thank you. Well, I don't have a dining room, so you're going to be a chair in the dining room. There you go. Horrid's throne. Success. You would like a chair named after you? Well, then you have to redeem it. No, I was waiting for you to tell me what kind of dwarf you wanted. But you said the angriest dwarf, and I was like, well, that dwarf's already named, so I can't give it to you. And then you didn't respond, so then I waited, and then I waited, and then I named you after a chair. That's how this is gonna work now. If you don't know what you want, you get what I give you, so I gave you a chair. It's only 500 points. You can re-earn that in less than an hour, so... Minimize while you do work emails. Ah, well, my bad. I've got chat maximized while I do game emails. You know, honestly, that chair will probably live longer than, like, most dwarves. So, slightly less personality, though. No thoughts, only chair. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll put bedrooms up here. So you say the horrid taste? Well, the dining hall is the Engravers Guild, right? So here, I'll give you a bonus. Just because we're all still learning how this is going to work. We need the chair description. It's a well-crafted limestone throne. Just that's it. Not super exciting, unfortunately. Sorry. Or maybe it is super exciting. I don't know. And also, let's just go iron. Whoop. Let's just make 3 iron picks. Grab you, melt you down. Grab you. And grab the other one. Melt you down. So this will get us some iron ore. And then you can hopefully keep being satisfied at work and get happier with your life. A horrid taste? What? Because you leave a horrid taste in the dwarf's mouth? Is that what's up? What's wrong with it called being? What's wrong with it being called Surprisetown? It's called Surprisetown because we don't have any notifications, so everything's a surprise. Oh. Speaking of surprises, I caught me a king snake man. How big are king snake men? I don't really want to kill it. Well, okay, so king snakes are just like a giant corn snake. I've actually seen them in the wild before, too. I was talking earlier about a friend of mine who had a pet one. Bunch of pet ones, actually. Chat, would you guys complain if I made own this mine? If I use DF hack to make it friend? What biome is this? It's an untamed wild sand desert and a joyous wilds ocean. This is Bulwark Trick Forks. Sounds like a chef. He wants to cause trouble, argue, and craft an object. Man after my own heart. Chat. That's a giant squid. Holy fuck. I've never seen a giant squid. How big is it? How big is a giant squid? Sorry, I have to look this up. Also, specifically, it's a gigantic squid, not a giant squid. Okay, not actually that big. They live 2 to 3 years? Okay, that's way smaller than I thought it would be. Huh. You can't name things that aren't in your fort. Wow. That's not that big. I mean, it's like 3 times the size of a dwarf, basically. The mini kraken. Yeah, I don't think there's krakens in Dwarf Fortress. No, but there are these. No, sorry. Oh, that's the Raws. Sea monster. These guys. There are these guys. They get slightly larger. But they... Oh, they can be in any ocean? I thought they were an evil aligned thing. Found in evil oceans. It says any ocean, but... I've never seen one of these, by the way. Sea serpents? I think so. Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, there is also sea serpents. Also never seen these. These are only available in savage oceans. So could theoretically show up in one of... Holy fuck, those are big. They've been discussed as a replacement for merfolk and aquatic farming operations due to their high body part multiplier, as well as their massive size. Unfortunately, they currently cannot breed due to a bug with submerged nest boxes. Wait, are they egg laying? They lay eggs. That is very funny. The more you know, yeah, I mean, I knew that sea serpents existed, but anyway, it's been a long time since I've seen a giant squid. Also, there's a crab. So now I have Sneckman, whom I need to release. I was confined, I am very patient, says the snake. I have to construct the cage and then place it outside of the cage. Sea serpent eggs with sea serpent bacon? Eh? All right. Now, I guess I should make you clothing, eh? Such freedom I feel, you say. I think sock singular. I don't think they have 2 legs. Let's make you a tunic and dress? Trousers, I guess. Not positive you can do this task yet. It may need to join the fort first. Yeah, okay, it is small. Well, I mean, it'll just be it'll just be a tube, basically. I want them to drop those pickaxes and then go get new pickaxes. They have video proof of, wait, like in real life they have video proof of juvenile giant squids? Like they've actually seen them now? Because that's pretty cool. Melt a metal object. Oh, I should do that one first. It's a trouser, but you leave out the S. Maybe you put in 2 S's into the trousers. Donnie, you are a strange individual, my friend. Just had a gifted a mug arrive today. It was pretty broken. Oh, shit. If you reach out to the support address, they will... If you reach out to the support address, they should replace it. If it arrived in one... If it didn't arrive... Actually, I don't know how I would do that as a gift. Because, like, I would reach out to the support address, and if they don't get back to you, or if they can't fix it, reach out to me, and then I'll fix it. But you'll save me the cost of shipping. If they can get back to you. Livin Dagoth, thank you very much for the raid. What's up, dude? Check, can I get a round of beers for the raiders? Please don't drown them too much. How was Strim? What were you up to? Let's just do that again. Oh, hey, you're actually doing tasks now. That's good. They've also equipped trousers, amongst other things. I'm going to have a mining snake. Sweet. Just playing some Judgment. Ah, yeah. Yeah, the Yakuza game that they couldn't port to PC because the, like, guy's likeness they used didn't want his model on PC. It's some funny tales around that game because of that. Let's polish... Let's polish limestones. But hopefully you've been enjoying Judgment. We're just dwarfing. I have no alerts, so apparently we got another dwarf. Oh, right, no, it was the snake. So I don't have any indication of when things happen in-game. Unless I'm paying very close attention. So it's basically forcing me to design the fort differently and play the game differently than I normally would. Which has been interesting so far, if nothing else. I would say it's been interesting so far. Also, what's the value of this room like? 2,075? Getting there. Let's just chuck a silver chest over here. Also got some onyx clusters amongst other things. Uneventful, maybe in your mind. I prefer the term cozy, but hey. Whatever works for you. Oh, I see it's set to auto. I was like, why that no work? These are going to be bedrooms if you couldn't tell. Comfy, cozy, sleepy, productive, maybe. Calamity-free. You're interested after learning about engraving, cried on somebody in charge, the usual, I guess. Because we're polishing stones now, so we're just going to start working on furniture with polished stones. Let's also go here and then just type, nope, okay. Nothing in cages. Good to know. And okay, no, they're all just puppies. Never mind. Chocolate chip pancakes, man. I haven't had chocolate chip pancakes in a long time. And in regards to the person who popped in, made the RimWorld joke, and then hasn't said anything afterwards, it's pretty clear when somebody like has absolutely no interest in actually being part of a community or playing a game. So, it's just kind of sad, really. Hope that you find some joy in your life somewhere else. Or, you know, here too. Got nothing against you. Yeah, you really need better rage bait. I really hope that the second half of your name isn't that true, because I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. As somebody who deals with depression, it really sucks. So I hope that you feel okay in the morning. Also a better rod, Travenoid. Or, like, anything, really. Yeah, the problem is getting all of your trade depots next to the trading depot, though. Or trading products next to the trading depot, though. YouTube chat. It's pretty clear. It also proves that you're incapable of using this thing called Google search. Or you just don't have interest. And like I said, you're just trying to get a rise, which is kind of funny. For reference, this game started development in 2002, and RimWorld started development after the development of Bioshock Infinite because the developer of RimWorld got laid off after that game finished. He was a level designer. This is some of the worst troll bait I've seen maybe in my life. Like, it's genuinely kind of funny. Yeah, this game copied RimWorld and also time travel. It's quite the talent, to be honest. But yeah. The Tarn traveled, yes, accurate. Space Haven's a cool game. I just wish that it compelled me to play it more. I'm just so amused by this. I don't really, like, know what to say. Like, I can't tell if this person's being genuine or just, like, maybe the most ineffective troll I've ever seen in my life. Like, RimWorld's great. Got nothing against RimWorld. But, like, you're the one being super aggro about everything. With also an incapability of understanding how a calendar works. Although, you're probably just looking at the release date of RimWorld on Steam and the release date of Dwarf Fortress on Steam, and you probably think that Steam is the only place that products have ever been released for a video game. But in reality, that's not the case. Back in my day, I used to buy games from a store before Steam existed. You know. You're the one saying yikes, my friend. I'm just gonna ban you. I don't feel like dealing with this. You're probably correct, Ozenthium. The sad part is if they're being genuine, I wish that I could incorporate them, but they're just not showing any interest. Should probably, give your mom the keyboard back, friend. I mean, I kind of feel bad, Bones, if they're being genuine, but I don't think they are. That would be an impressive level of dumb. Like, so high level of dumb, you don't even get the B. You just get the M. And the U and the B. And the U and the D, rather. I used to read manuals on the way home. Back in my day. Does anybody remember when this game was a 32 megabyte download off of a website? You know, I've seen the title of it and read the first 3 lines and went, you know what? Nah, I don't understand this. I'm good. Nah, in reality, this is my own fault. This kind of behavior that's happening in the chat, it's my fault. And the reason it's my fault is because there's a bunch of shorts on the internet of me talking about why I personally prefer this game. And there's this culture on the internet, and in reality, I guess, where people feel the need to feel justified in things that they enjoy. And when they see somebody who doesn't enjoy things the exact same degree or way that they enjoy them, they take offense to that. And honestly, that's probably what's happening there, is somebody enjoys a thing, has taken offense to the fact that I don't enjoy the thing as much as they do, and thus want to try and piss me off, which is just kind of sad. Like I said, that if you're actually trying to get a rise out of somebody like that, you're just proving that you don't understand how to Google something. That's it. Tried to get you into DF, but still can't type. Really? Well, that's cool. One of my favorite posts on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit is, so my daughter has been learning Dwarf Fort. My 11-year-old daughter has been learning Dwarf Fort, and this was like version 44.07 or something, or 44.01, I think. And it was just this girl on a tiny little ThinkPad without a numpad playing OG ASCII DF. And it's like, well, it took her about 40 minutes to kind of get the controls down, and now she's just been trucking away. And it's just like, man, I can't learn the ASCII version. All these like grown adults commenting on the post going, what? Way to make me feel dumb. It's my favorite one. Such a good post. I don't know if that was somebody just like flexing, but if that was real, that's a wonderful post. Oh, I don't underestimate kids. Like, the worst part about kids' video games to me, Shy Pandemonium, is how insulting they are to kids' intelligence, presuming that kids need really dumb games. Okay, I think I am going to turn this on. But just for the children, broker, and the manager. Maybe the expedition leader, too. What's on the map currently? Just camels. Since they have less perceived notions on how controls would work? Totally. Yeah, no. I mean, like, I maintain that the hardest thing that I ever learned how to do in a video game was learn how to use a mouse, and the second hardest thing I ever did in a video game was learn how to use a controller. One of the hardest video game sessions of my life was being a little kid and having never used an Xbox before and being handed an Xbox controller and expected to play Halo 1. Well, I mean, I'd used, like, Super Nintendo controllers, but I'd never used analog sticks before, I should specify. I don't know about you, Apple Pie Replica, but I fucking loved Lego Star Wars when I was a kid. That game was awesome. I played through that with my two friends. We played in two-player, and, like, whenever you died, we passed the controller. That was a blast. We had so much fucking fun. I do know what you mean, though. Yeah, no, my hands were so tiny, and that Xbox controller was giant. Although I feel like maybe everybody has a friend like this, but every single one, every single, like, maybe not every single, that's the wrong wording to use. Every couple of years, I encounter somebody, either through the internet or in person, who's just like, man, I loved that original Xbox controller, because they're like 7 feet tall and have giant hands. They're like, every controller since has been too small. They should make like jumbo-sized controllers or something. That being said, I want to see jumbo-sized Joy-Cons. You thought I was like 45? I'm 30. Yes, I was born in 1994. I was a kid when Halo came out. And also, I didn't play Halo until I think Halo 3 was out. I never had friends that had money, and I never had money growing up. Like, my parents didn't have money. So I played most games late. Like, I played most things after they'd been out for a while. Let's see if you actually... Guess you didn't. With the Dream to Master as skill. I will select 3 dwarves, and if I don't find one with the Dream to Master as skill, then no. Actually, I think... How's this? No, that's already named. How's about, this? Actually, what about you? Okay, either of my military dwarves. Olan or Domas. Are you an Olana or a Domas? That's not an insult, I'm sorry. Please forgive. Like, really? I don't think I've ever seen that combination of things. You must have custom made that, Chris. Or it must be a symbol for something. I mean... I've seen statues of dwarves being made into grisly mounds, which is the remnants of sieges that goblins do, but... Or impaled on a spike, but I've never seen one hanging from a tree, specifically. I mean, I'm on the younger half of my audience. I personally, you know, I've said this before kind of as a joke, but I do mean it sincerely. I kind of like that my chat is mostly adults. You guys are more tolerable. I had a friend a while ago. You select related to Civ. Oh, okay. Huh. That must have been like a pretty hefty raid. I'm gonna go open the door. It's kind of warm in here. Hold on. At this exact time of day, the sun comes directly into this room and it heats it up quite a bit. So if you guys hear a car go by, I'm sorry, but I don't want to cook. Which one would you like? You can have either of these, or I will eventually get annoyed, Eggs, and give you a chair. Would you like Olan or Domas? Would you like the dwarf with the beard or the dwarf without the beard? There you go. Okay. Eggs. She is unable to make decisions without a great deal of input from others. Makes sense? It went through, like, when I asked the last time, right after what Shy Pandemonium said. So if you had to type it in twice, it didn't pop up. Is chat borked? Oh, that might have been it. Twitch may have eaten it. She is unable to make decisions for others... she's unable to make decisions without a great deal of decision-making from others, and she does not generally respond to emotional appeals. She finds humor in most situations and has an overinflated sense of self-worth. She cracks easily under pressure, and she doesn't mind wearing something special now and again. She is quick to form negative views about things, and is rarely happy or enthusiastic. And she is conflicted by this. She values parties and merrymaking in the abstract. She has a calm demeanor, and she likes to take it easy, and she likes to brawl. And she often greets others with a hug. My eyes ceased to function for a second there. She personally values sacrifice and doesn't think one way or another about leisure time and dreams of mastering a skill. She likes marble and trifle pewter, as well as pink jade, bayberry wood, and whale shark leather, axes and scepters, and catapult parts and goats for their eating habits. The sound of the glittery sparkles and the sight of the amethyst glimmer, and when possible, prefers to consume cranberry wine and absolutely hates jumping spiders. What's a strange? It's weird, because usually if Twitch chat crashes, it tells me that it crashed. Also, Paper Grocery Bag in YouTube chat says, I feel like a dumbass most of these days. Yeah, you know what? The more the better. No, I believe you. You don't need to put a screenshot. I'll give you the benefit of the doubt there. You've got witnesses and corroboration. Okay, so I'm actually going to... make 3 silver warhammers. Let's do 5 silver. 5 silver warhammers. Actually, chat, hammers or maces? Hammers or maces? Mace, hammer, mace, mace, hammer, mace, mace, hammer, 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 hammer. Okay, hammers it is. I might need to pull. Nah, it's just first come, first scream. Did I make doors? Yes, I did. Just not many. Hammer hashtag the voice? What? Oh man, this poor dwarf. You know, also, I realize that that I shouldn't dwell on this because it's just a dumb discussion to begin with. But can I just say that it's silly to say that it looks like Dwarf Fortress copied RimWorld? Because if I were to point at a game and be like, Dwarf Fortress copied this, I think the game I would actually go to first is Crusader Kings. Like, genuinely? Just the way it does the personality screen stuff? Like, even just like a UI sense? Like this stuff? Figured it was just a meme. I don't know. RimWorld players like to dunk on Dwarf for some reason. But the sane ones just enjoy both. Or one or the other. What was I gonna do? I can't remember. Making time for your pops. Dwarf y'all later. I have to make time for my dad because his birthday's on 4/20 and he hates weed. So I have to like console him a little bit. This is true. RimWorld does have pod launchers. I don't know what I'm supposed to do with this information, but Dwarf Fortress just has bean pods. Your dad's birthday's on 4/22. Hey! I don't know what I'm going to do with that information, but good to know. Yeah, that is also true. It was also a certain Adolf's birthday. Although bringing up Adolf's birthday makes me miss my Oma because she used to always rant about how horrible of a person he was, and especially as her dementia got worse. Feel like we've already had Politics Minute at the beginning of the stream, so. Goes back 4 seconds? I don't get it. What? What does a clock do when it's hungry? It goes back 4 seconds. Oh, pfft. Fuck you. I get it. I was like, is this one that I have to like read the entire thing out loud? Yes, I do. This is like, why is 10 afraid of 7? Because 7, 8, 9? Yeah, I got it. Retrospective, I got it. Yeah, Took you a few to work that one out too. What? Because 7, 8, 9? I mean, I too would be afraid of 7, 8, 9. Nah, the thing is, like, a couple of my friends who, some of them, most of them still stream, had a running joke for a while, which was you could get timed out for making too many puns because they would send you to the Pungeon, whereas my channel is the Pungeon. So I can't, I'm too committed. I'm too pot committed to be able to do that. The Pungeon, come on. It's not the dungeon, it's the Pungeon. Although the real scam is that the Pungeon doesn't even have any gin. It's getting too dad jokey in here. Well, it's the only way to truly be certain that the immature children have left is by irritating them out of the room. So we're out of booze, and I'm almost out of plants. I should probably be farming. Actually, I'm just going to go to the surface and gather some. Nice! Habitual, thank you very much for the 60 nice months. Speaking of crappy humor. Trying to find ones you don't know yet? Ah, but you've been doing research your whole life, I presume. It's interesting that pausing jobs in that menu doesn't actually pause jobs. It's curious. What a rare occasion. Now it's all the way. Now you just have to wait until you get to 169 months. But that's when you've truly been cucked. kind of an in poor taste joke, but you know. Numbers. They're funny. What kind of plants am I going for up there? There's a lot of spinach amongst other things, but just anything that's brewable. Let's see what this dwarf gathers. More like the security guard at the till. That's all I gotta say. To what Bastet said. It's so long, holy. I'll tell you this. I'm past halfway there on 2 channels. Yeah, I think I hit 103 months on Cat on Mars. And I'm getting to similar levels of months on another channel. Oh, look at this. We got strawberry plants. I don't know if that counts as for strawberry fruits, but... Also got prickleberries and capers. Yeah, prickleberries and capers. A lot of whip vines. I think Tropic Kami's thirsty. Maybe not. I'm not sure. Actually, I think I know the problem. It's trying to get up to the end of that to go get alcohol, but can't. Are you guys hearing cars at all? This is kind of me also slowly going through the process of figuring out if you guys can hear traffic right now. Maybe not slowly, but just going through the process of figuring out if you guys can hear traffic. Is there a reason I don't have a farm set up? Not really. Laziness mostly. Mostly because I just haven't set one up yet. And because I haven't hit a aquifer, and the population's still pretty low, so I kind of don't need one yet. I just need to pay attention to what I'm doing. Mostly. Oh, I'm hearing about 15 voices myself. What's up with the King Snake Man? He's a valued member of the fortress. My 19th citizen. I'll have you know that that's Vutos Vavithating. I think. And is currently hauling caper seeds. And isn't the slightest bit cheerful about anything. Sounds like a snake. Although, I would just replace that with terrified of everything. No, it's small clothes, actually. Smaller than a dwarf. Which is going to be a bit annoying. We caught him in a giant grasshopper. Look at that giant grasshopper. Hopsty, we call him. God, these giant ostriches are huge. Are humongous, man. Just put the snake in a sock. I did make him socks, but he didn't put them on, so. feel like, you know, what's it called? An inner tube would probably do it. Is that a lead? What is that lead statue of? Okay, let's unpause these two jobs and just go through and unpause everything now. Shoutouts to these beds that are just like encrusted with gems. Actually, I want those to be limestone blocks, not just limestone. And then this over here, once all these dwarves have bedrooms, which hopefully will be sooner than later, is gonna get all these deconstructed, and then this is gonna become a temple. Yeah, we didn't, well, not a giant squid, a gigantic squid, which is what Dwarf Fortress calls a giant squid. Because I feel like a giant squid would be a giant variant of a normal squid. I know that's hard to brain, but Dwarf Fortress is silly sometimes like that. Trust me, I would really like to catch one of these giant ostriches. But they keep showing up, so they must be pretty common in this area. What I'm really hoping we get is a sea monster. Or like a sea serpent or one of those. Because that would be cool. Because it is a Untamed Wilds underground area. Let's actually give it to one of the dwarves. We're getting there. Almost everybody has beds. I am also, if you'll notice, being very, very cautious with what I do with the surface because I don't want agitated animals. If we start getting agitated animals, life's going to get very difficult very quickly. You broke into the first cavern layer and there's muddy floors down there, but no fungus growing down there? But fungus is growing on the other spots around your fort. Is this a bug or are you dumb? Your words, not mine, you're dumb. There's fungus spores, regardless of if there's actually fungus. You can encounter non-fertile caverns. So it's likely that you can't grow anything in those caverns because they're non-fertile. However, you're still encountering fungus spores because the fungus spores come from the fungus trees. Yes. Fungus is what it's going to get, actually. Unfortunately, Dwarf, I cannot allow you to use a battle axe. I'm going to have to order you to equip a real weapon. In this case, that's going to be a warhammer. Thank you. I realize you like axes, but actually, I should just make you an iron axe. I should just make you a steel axe. I'm just gonna skip a step. God, I would laugh so hard if we managed to actually catch a sea monster and do something with it. I don't know about that. It just means that you have to farm with mud if you don't want to go to the next cavern layer, because you'll never have 3 cavern layers that aren't fertile, only 1. So it's not such a big deal, really. I think that, like, a lot of people are very quick to give up instead of using creativity to create solutions to the problems that the game presents. Like, I think people are very used to playing games where you get everything provided for you by just being in the game in that area. Dwarf Fortress really doesn't do that, right? And sometimes it tricks you. Like, back in the day, Dwarf Fortress did a thing that I actually liked a lot more about the older versions, where it wouldn't tell you specifically what types of metal were in an embark. It would just say some metal, or lots of metal, or deep metal, or shallow metal, or many metals. And then you just have to embark and start digging and figure out what was on the map. Now they tell you because people complained too much. I wish they didn't tell you. I prefer that. I think that is much more interesting because, you know, you'd go there and you'd be like, okay, so what have I found so far? Prospecting. Okay, well, we found iron. Okay, well, we found copper. And the reason they changed it was because enough people consistently complained that, oh, I embark and check with DF Hack until I find the metals I want, and then I embark. And it's like, well, no, you're just kind of missing the point. But I genuinely agree with you that they should bring it back as an option. How approachable is the game for a bozo? Like, watch a couple tutorials or years of study. If you've played at least one other game that's similar to it, I'd say it's mostly just a matter of sit down and start. And then when you run into speed bumps, look it up either on the wiki, ask a friend, or watch a tutorial. I don't think this game is anywhere near as bad as people make it out to be. A lot of the difficulty of this game is mostly memes from the old days. There's a few things that they've removed instead of making it a toggle because people on the forums complained consistently. Another thing that they removed was you used to see the type of stone that was underneath it instead of just solid gray, but a very loud cohort of people on the forums were like, I want everything to be one color so it looks uniform. And I think those people are dumb and wrong. And I miss it when you'd have like these beautiful multicolored weird forts because of all the different stone types showing in the floor. Like if you go into ASCII, it doesn't show that anymore either. It drives me nuts. Genuinely. Yeah, I mean, if you've played like one or two city builders that require you assigning jobs to civilians, you'll probably get the gist pretty quick. It's figuring out the nuances for Dwarf Fortress that takes a while. The game, just remember that Dwarf Fortress isn't a particularly hard game. It's just a very obtuse game. So it takes a while, but it's not hard in the classic sense, I guess. Exactly. If you want uniform colors, do it yourself. Work for it, you lazy bozo, as people say. Does Roller Coaster Tycoon count? Sure. Maybe not really. Maybe watch a Getting Started guide. That'd be all I'd say. Is maybe watch my Getting Started guide or follow the new player guide on the wiki for Fortress mode. But yeah, I mean, Dwarf Fortress isn't that hard. There's just a lot. It's just a lot. And there's a lot of like weird, silly things that are like harder than it needs to be. Like glass doors are called portals. Okay. Chests, coffers, and boxes are the same thing, but bins are different. And don't put your seeds in bags. Or put your seeds in bags, not barrels, and don't put your bags in barrels. Yeah. Don't give your dwarves water. They need alcohol. So, you know. Still kind of unforgiving sometimes, but that's just a... Yeah, and that's the other thing is, like, Dwarf Fortress is persistent, right? So, like, if a fortress falls, there's absolutely nothing restricting you or stopping you from just starting a new fort in the same world. And what this game does that's interesting is the fact that its worlds are persistent. So it gives you the ability to just kind of keep going in a world if you like the world. So losing a fortress isn't like, oh no, the world is gone, or oh no, I have to start over. It's persistent, right? Because the world continues. So because of that, it's actually like kind of a very forgiving game in comparison to other games that are inspired by it or have come after it, which focus on the difficulty aspects. This is going to be my kitchen, I think. Why no seeds in barrels? Okay, so when food goes into a barrel, they take out the food that's at the top of the barrel. So there's two options that you have, actually. You can not mix similar foods in barrels. Well, actually, no, that wouldn't fix it either. So basically, bags are stacked horizontally, barrels are stacked vertically. If there's 15 different foodstuffs in a barrel, they can only take out what was put in last. But if you have a bag, they can take out any item in any order from the bag. So if you put your seeds into barrels, then they're trying to get to a plump helmet seed or a hemp seed, and it's at the bottom of the barrel, you'll get job cancellations because I can't get to the bottom of the barrel first. They can only get to the top of the barrel. It's anything that's in a bag, and seeds are kept in bags. Well, I mean, no, don't. I'm saying specifically for things that are kept in bags. Most food doesn't go into bags. So, like pond turtles, these chopped livers, all this meat, all vegetables, none of this will go into a bag. They'll only go into barrels. However, dyes and some extracts and I want to say this can happen with jugs too. Stuff that goes into another container and then goes into the barrel, you don't want in the barrel, which is why you would go to here and then remove the barrels from the thing. You're welcome. This is why I mean that like Dwarf Fortress isn't hard. There's just a lot. There's just a lot. Like none of that is actually hard. It's just you're just kind of expected to know or figure out quickly. No problem, mate. How do you remedy it? So this is just an everything stockpile right now. The way you would remedy it is you'd go to seeds, or I actually specifically just go to the types of seeds I don't want in the stockpile. So just remove all the seeds from the stockpile and then click on the barrel button. And then, no, don't click on the barrel button. But when you make a seed stockpile that only has seeds in it, go to the barrels and then remove all of the barrels from the seed stockpile, not from your food stockpile, just from the seed stockpile. But right now I'm just keeping them there because it's fine, because I'm not farming currently. But as soon as I start farming, I will have to do that. I need a handful more bedrooms. Ironically, bins are stacked horizontally, so you could actually put seeds in a bin. I never really thought about it, but you could. I love the fact that these are all axe dwarves. Yeah, but like designing your own engine is the hard part, I guess. Yeah, Dwarf Fortress tells you where the gas pedal is and then expects you to build the engine for it. Wait, no, sorry, that's my summer car. Wrong video game. Although I don't think that game even shows you where the gas pedal is. That game just expects that you can speak Finnish. That game's like, what do you mean you can't read Finnish? Well, here's this Finnish catalog for where you can order all the car parts for the game and for the car that you don't know how it works. What's on the map currently? Just a giant hen. Giant ostrich still. Could say you're finished. Actually, I could say, God damn, I don't want to listen to the sound of mosquitoes anymore. It's the part I don't like about camping. And then I uninstalled my summer car. You know, it's very rare that I play a video game where I'm like, my God, the developer of this game actually hates everybody who plays it. You'll take my happiest metal worker. It's either Etter or Ficod. Which one do you want? It may also be that you're cooking them upon nuts, Epo nuts. Is it upon nuts or it's probably Epo nuts, like Epo nuts. Anyway, you could also be cooking them. Cooking veggies does not give you the seeds back. Brewing veggies gives you the seeds back. So if you're cooking them, Ozanthium almost never feels discouraged. Also, we're on year 2, by the way. Almost never feels discouraged, has an overbearing personality. And prefers that everyone live as harmoniously as possible, has an active sense of humor, and tends to ask others for help with difficult decisions. She has a tendency towards forming deep and emotional bonds with others, and often acts with compassion and is stubborn. She taps her feet when there's a lull in the conversation, and she scratches her ear when she's bored. She needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values good craftsmanship and doesn't really value merrymaking. She likes bituminous coal, bronze, and lavender jade, hammerhead shark, and giant deer hoof, sailfin molly tooth, and sheep parchment, as well as cages, anvils, and goats for their eating habits. And grasshoppers for their great leaps, and the words of the stingray of sparkles. I guess that's a poetic form or something. The sight of the pantomime of flutes, and when possible prefers to consume rhubarbs and buckwheat beer, and absolutely hates flies. You have a pet rabbit and a pet goose. You're a horrible person. I hate you. I should chain your goose up in your bedroom. Where's your bedroom? You don't have a bedroom. Okay, I will make you a bedroom and chain your goose up in your bedroom. Because it's a criminal and it knows what it did. Your eyes are bronze colored. All right. Epody's nuts, I guess. You know, I heard recently that I learned recently that some people refer to like Epona as Epona, and it makes me question everything. But welcome to the fort. Go ahead and tap your foot. Hey, that goose did nothing wrong. It's a criminal and it knows what it did. Okay, it's literally impossible. Ironically, it'll be safer in your bedroom, so for whatever that's worth. Also give it a nest box. Honey Badger, we're doomed. It's gonna kill us all, chat. Didn't feel anything while in conflict. That's the most Honey Badger thought. Again, it makes me question everything. Although I'm of the opinion that I probably mispronounced literally every Japanese word I've ever read, so maybe I shouldn't feel so bad about it.
We need dwarven grenades. All in favor?
We have them. It's called a honey badger. God, don't even say the word were creature, alien pickle. I don't have any alerts. I would have no idea it's even coming. Vadtech, seriously though, thank you very much for the 52nd month. Actually, no, I think a dwarven grenade would be like 50 war bears in a cage attached to a trap. It's just boom, war bears. Not much fire there, though. Okay, so this up here, I'm going to just make into a temple. So we've got the god of misery, who nobody worships. The god of fishing and hunting, who one person worships. I don't trust them. A god of the rain and rainbows. I also don't trust them. Tilling the washed silver. Three dwarves worship the god of jealousy, which is Inurius Lamb seduce the something. 4 dwarves worship the god of creation and pregnancy. 1 dwarf worships the god of the wind. 3 dwarves worship the god of jewels, wealth, trade, and longevity. I like this one. Enkos, the god of mountains, volcanoes, fire, the sun, and nature. There's also the barricaded radiances, which is the god of fortresses, war, and victory. The cave of bronze, which is the god of earth. And then Vukar, the god of death, who to worship. Anyway, this will be a temple to no specific deity. Wait, hold on a second. Did I misread that? Is there really no organized religions? Wow. None of these dwarves worship organized religions. That's kind of crazy, actually. That is not something you see very often. Guess what, chat? We caught a badger. We caught a honey badger. It's hateful after being confined. Checks out. Truer words have never been spoken by a honey badger or about a honey badger. It's not bad. Sell it? I don't want to doom my home faction. Why would I curse them with such a vile beast? They are tagged as aggressive, so it would attack anything it sees. I'll start training it, because why not? Watch them all die. More like scramble around in absolute confusion. Okay, so let's just go to these dwarves, assign uniform, and just assign new weapons. Because new axes is available. They all have steel axes now. So we're going to make 10 pig iron and then 10 steel. Feel satisfied after learning about fighting. Stinthad, the expedition leader. You're not conducting meeting, are you? Okay. Oh, shit. We've got a dwarf who likes training. If you ever see a purple mood, it means that it's satisfying a need, which is a memory that they can remember, because Snail here is leading an engraving demonstration, which is satisfying a need, and it's also giving them, you know, a possible permanent memory. So it's something they'll remember. Of your first honey badger? Sure, why not? How about 10? A honey badger. Screaming. Striking a menacing pose. And screaming. And we're going to call it the anger of anger. The dangerous anger of anger. The dangerous anger of anger. The dangerous anger of anger. There we go. Perfect. That's the name of it. And it's a statue of a honey badger. I think it's fitting. If you disagree, well then, that's incorrect. Oh, I know. Oh, I know. I need. It's good to have statues lying around because this is gonna make a demand in a minute. But yeah, that was intentional. Okay, I wasn't planning on doing this, but this is going to be a farming zone. Because I'm just like following my plants and going, yeah, we need to actually start farming. Also, Knight would like you to, I keep on wanting to call you Scarecrow. Knight would like you to post some beers, chat. So you should post some beers. And also I have to say thank you to everybody who's tuning in today. Appreciate you guys. Because we've already been live for 8.5 hours. I can't believe that that's possible. Okay, so this bunny is tough, chat, but clumsy. You know, honestly, that kind of checks out. This is a odd-looking bedroom without context, but I swear it's just a perfectly normal bedroom. This dwarf just has 2 pets. There's no fishy business, okay? Actually, I'll put the bunny elsewhere, but the goose is gonna go on the chain. Crypt Beer is a sub-emote, but Crypt Burr is a follower emote, which is like Crypt Beer, but better. Because it's Okay, so Azanthium goes there. We saw a giant squid. Currently, it's just an osprey. What are you doing here? Okay. And then the goose go here. Oh, right. Yeah, you can't put named animals on chains. Okay, well. Fine. 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 All right, I'm closing the door. Someone's smoking outside. And then I'm going to go open the other door. Oh, well. I wonder if I have anything I can't extract from. Nope. Okay, so this over here is going to go... Ooh. Shit, there's a bunch of limonite down here. Well, okay. Let's do that. And also remove everything except for these. And then up here, I'm going to do pit pond, except water. Pit pond, except water. And pit pond, except water. So these dwarves are all becoming adequate and or competent axe dwarves. Except for Eggs, who's a hammer dwarf. Grave Ring? What a good name. What a good name. Making pig iron and steel. Like a damn dwarf should. And we've got dwarves filling ponds, several of them, in fact. Oh, can I not do that? Because now I don't actually know. Okay, let's do this then. I'm gonna do some shenanigans. Maybe not quite shenanigans, but just gonna disable all these as pawns. Okay. I'm going to go up to here, priority number 1. Yeah, I can make this work. So this is going to go down 1 layer. And then we'll dig into this. And this is going to go over to here. Actually, up to there. The water may actually just come over top. So instead, what I think I'm going to do is I'm just going to go over to here. Go up to there. Get rid of this. And yep, that'll work. And then you're just going to go down. And then all the way down into here. And all of that. Except there's one thing I do have to do. Just down at the bottom here, needs to do that. Although, actually, what I think I'm going to do instead is go over to here, go up to here, and then do it that way. That'll work. Oh, I just said that your name makes me think your name is Knight's Scarecrow, but your name is Knights Are Slow. But what I said definitely had a lot of meaning and thought behind it. And was definitely something that needed paying attention to. Iron fill urn. Why are we trying to fill urns? Okay, let's also just go down to here. Just dig down into here. Actually, maybe not directly right there. Maybe over there. I have this habit of just kind of saying nonsense. And generally the reality is it's just that, nonsense. So I'm building a water filter, or at least that's the plan. Is to use this as a water filter. Now the question is, do I care about the fact that this is all sand? I think it looks fine as sand, but I could be super picky and make it not sand. Made an adamantine throne for your king and still not upgraded to being a mountain home. So you know the named metal weapons? You have to assign them to your king. So you have to go to your king, you have to click on this crown, and assign them as objects to your king, like this. I'm going to assign this ring to my expedition leader. And then they'll name it. If you assign an unnamed item, it lets you name it, but I let the game name it. And then my expedition leader will go and acquire that item and equip it. And you're not a mountain home. Have you constructed the throne in the king's throne room? We're also about to get hit by an ad, so. You won't really see it once it's flooded? Then I don't know why you're not the mountain home. I presume all of their needs are green, yeah? That's the only other thing I could think of. Well, which is why I'm giving you the warning so that you have time to dodge. I'm getting hit with it too. I have to remember what I was talking about and then stop talking for 2 minutes. An egg layer can use a nest box while it's chained, as long as they can reach it. Yes. All his needs are green. Should you maybe reforge the special metals? Okay. There's two types of special metals, right? There's the ones that are named that can't be melted down, and then there are the ones that can be melted down. If they were the ones that can be melted down, they're not actually special metals. You need the artifact ones. The 7 symbols, they need to be artifacts. Which you find by digging through the gem spire. But you keep saying that you're reforging them, and if you're reforging them, then they're not those. Anyway, we're in the ads now, so you probably missed the last bit of that. So yeah, I don't know. Hey chat, if you guys have any ideas that I may have missed, feel free to dump those into the chat too for this person. All right, well, we should be through the ads now, so I'll unpause. Or mostly through the ads. But yeah, chat, if you guys have any ideas on how to help viewing shades, fire it into the chat. I'd love to know your ideas or thoughts of what they could be missing. Because, yeah, like, the order of operations is you start digging too deep. There are named items that appear, the treasures of the gods. And then there are things that have godly metals. You don't need the godly metals that can be melted down. You need the treasures of the gods, specifically. And the treasures of the gods specifically need to be assigned, that are named before you assign them. They need all of their needs to be green, and they need the throne constructed in the office. Outside of that, I don't know. If any of them can be melted down, then they're not the items you're looking for. Because Forgotten Divine Retribution characters can have items made of the same materials that aren't the same materials. Everything I do is because aesthetics. In this case, it's because I want to be able to see them from the layer above, because I have no notifications. So if somebody is dying, I want to be able to see it. Or if there's a problem happening, I want to be able to see it, because I have no notifications. This fort, I'm doing a lot of weird stuff. Don't worry. This fort's a unique beast. I almost never make bedrooms 2Z levels tall. Okay. Exclamation point goal is what you're looking for. DP9K. That's a lot of iron ore. Dwarves can't look up, so high ceilings have no benefit mechanically. I feel like I'm actually just going to suddenly realize that I have a bunch of kobolds in cages because they're not Trapovoid, but I'm also going to eat that badger, I think. So I've been streaming for 8 hours and 37 minutes. What do you guys think of some Star Sector in about 25 minutes? I think it's enough training for the military. I need the extra hands. It's not that complicated viewing shades. But they do need to be in the Lord's possession. In my experience, it's not that complicated, but I've made all the suggestions I can think of. You are designated the capital, right? And I'm presuming you also got all of the requests from the nobles to keep digging deeper, etc.
Hello fair folk crypt wave, how does it go?
Hello, Paxmac. It go. That's all I really got, man. Got all the requests. Yeah, then I don't know. Your guess is as good as mine at that point. Your guess is as bad as good as mine at this point. I do not know. Sorry, I can't be of more help. Let's just do this so that it's faster to run back and forth. I just saw a fairy. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it sounds like you've encountered some bug that I'm not familiar with, because it should have worked at this point. So I don't know. I do not know. I would just go digging and looking for more symbols and make more. It's a lot, Jono, but not impossible. Is still definitely a lot, though. It's kind of all I really got, I guess. It's not impossible, but it is a lot. Is how Star Sector is. Removing them from pedestals caused it to proc? That's weird. I wonder if there was like some weird item ownership stuff going on there. Because if the game didn't consider it to be in your possession for some reason, that could cause it? Maybe? I don't know. Weird. Odd. Ah, Dwarf Fortress. Well-made, polished game. We love it. We love it. There's a giant horseshoe crab on the surface, and I've got puppies! Yay. Lead statues of dwarves that are very heavily engraved. And added on to. I hate that stupid bunny rabbit. I love that one of my turkeys claimed the box. What do you mean kobolds aren't trap avoid? Aren't they? Not? I thought they weren't. Maybe I'm wrong. It's not really a question. That's more of a that's more of a statement. I just finished a move as well. Am I happy with my new place? Doesn't feel that new anymore. I mean, I've been here now since February, right? It's kind of been a while. I like it. I mean, it's a lot nicer than the old one in almost every way. So it's been nice. Oh, shit. Get rid of that. Oh, geez. I think I forgot to set the direction it would dump. I think that's probably enough. It was that long? Yeah. No, I mean, time flies. Like, I have, in fact, been in this place for a little bit now, right? This dwarf is hungry and drowsy. Mind is still on? No, I'm not. Your eyes are deceiving you. Do not trust anything that you see. This is not, in fact, me. I mean, maybe. They avoid all of your traps? They must be trap avoid, then. Yeah, no, kobolds will be fun. Kobolds will actually have a chance, I suppose. Actually, no, they'll probably just die to my dogs. Speaking of, nothing else is dead, so just that beetle. Starting to think I'm not going to get another migrant for a while. Some random dwarf with a beard. Zeshinosa doesn't tend to hold on to grievances. Isn't given to flights of fancy, is quite polite. Doesn't mind little tumult and discord in day-to-day living. Has a calm demeanor and occasionally overindulges, likes to brawl, thinks that he's fairly important in the grand scheme of things, and stares intently when he's thinking. He needs alcohol to get through the working day, and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at bad weather. Dreams of mastering a skill and personally views competition as a crucial driving force in the world. Should probably put you in the military. As a crucial driving force in the world. And finds friendship burdensome, finds the ideas of independence and freedom foolish, and values sacrifice and sees introspection as important. I'm going to remove you from the miners, and I'm going to put you in the military. He likes bismuth, as well as lay pewter and yellow jasper, giant rhinoceros horn, unicorn parchment, gauntlets and thrones and crutches and chickens for their clucking, and the words of the beige lace and the sound of the flaxen lilac and the sight of the I can't read. And the sight of the pantomime of flutes, and when possible prefers to consume giant roach, beetroot wine, and foxtail mullet beers. I guess you like the roaches for their crunch. You are in love with Wolfist Wolf. Who is your lover? Welcome to the fort. And you're going to go join her in the military now. Haggard is living up to their name, and Eggs is now getting upset. Crouchy when caught in the rain. Contemptuous after getting into an argument. Dwarf keeps getting into arguments. It's interesting. You old crank. I guess what I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to here, place a trash dump up there, and then just go down here and then just dump all this trash. Literally and figuratively. And all of this too. No, that snake person is a make-own citizen. They got caught in a cage, and so we made it into one of our citizens. Yeah, they were just in the vicinity. And it seemed cool. I don't know. I kind of just wanted them. And come on, snake person. Who doesn't like a snake person? Great. I'm out of booze. Well, crud. Oh, we do have some prickleberries. Okay, hold on. Why is the rum gone? Because the rum's always gone. You know, the longer I'm alive, the more I consistently tell myself that that movie is an absolute classic. Okay, you know what? Actually, I'm going to do this. This is going to be some silly-looking shenanigans for a second here, but... And this will also speed things up significantly. I'm going to make a mini well right here first that I can fill up first. And then we can focus on getting all of this stuff out of here. Let's go over here, go down to here. Place a door right there. Really? I think it's the first one is a genuine classic and the rest of them are horrible, is my opinion. The second one has some memorable moments and like visuals, but that's about it. And the effects in that movie age like milk. But that first one is a genuine classic. I love that first movie. Can be chosen as Dungeon Guardians? I've seen that, yeah. Yeah, Pirates of the Caribbean. The first one's a genuine classic, and then the rest are awful. That's my take. Oh, definitely. Vakruk. I mean, my last fortress had amethyst people. So if amethyst individuals can be dungeons, or can be dungeon guardians, why not... Why not an elephantman? That would make me elephant on arrival. -2? Okay, I'll take it. The first set the standard high. This is very true, yes. Is this gonna cave in? I think it might, actually. It's interesting that it didn't hurt you. Also, that is chalk. Oh, hey. More flux. Do I not have a mechanics table? Shit, I guess I don't. Keep unmaking it. The first one set the standard too high? Well, I mean, the twist is in the first one. Although, you know, the classic internet question of, like, what's your favorite good movie and what's your favorite bad movie that you think is good? Or that you like anyway? I love The Matrix 2. I genuinely think that's one of my favorite action movies ever made. It's not a good movie. Oops, excuse me. But it's basically a live action anime, and people call it a bad movie because it's just a live action anime. It's better than any anime I've ever seen. It's just stupid fight scenes for the sake of it, and they built a fucking highway for that movie. Like, it is... so good. Unmake is just like the TikTok safe way of saying destroy, you know? It's like saying that you're unaliving something. Like, the problem with The Matrix 2 isn't that it's a bad movie. It just needed an editor. It's just really... Like, the first third of that movie didn't need to be in that movie. Like, I know some people really like Zion, and I guess if you're an edgy, like, post-apocalypse person, I could understand why you would like Zion, but, like... all of the scenes when they're not in The Matrix are the worst part of The Matrix. And it just lasts for so fucking long before anything interesting happens in that movie. Like, if they cut all the religion bullshit out of the third one, and cut the first half out of the second one, and mashed them together, it would be a great movie. Like, I don't know. I'm not the sort of person to make a fan edit of a movie, but I could see how you could take those two movies and mash them together. I used DF hack and cheated. The command I used, Sedge, was called, is make own. It's a DF hack command. It just forces something to join your faction. Unalive is a TikTok thing. So I'm saying that there's some similarities in the terminology of unalive and unmake. And they should have had Neo eat the cookie before the interaction. Spoilers. But sure. I will say, there's only one good MCU movie, and that's Iron Man. The first one. Every other MCU movie is like, bad. Okay, so now Dwarf is going to come here and operate the pump. Yeah, because Captain America 2 is a much better movie if you've seen Captain America and half a dozen other movies, which are all awful or not great or kind of boring. Like, the problem with the MCU to me is in order to actually understand everything that's going on, you have to watch a bunch of movies that aren't good in comparison to the movies that are good. So essentially your time is wasted watching movies that aren't great so that you can get to the good bits. And to me, that's not worth it. I mean, that's fair. Like that, I like The Matrix too. You're allowed to like the MCU. Oh shit, giant fireflies? Would those be like strobe lights or just like massive floodlights? I will say though, Iron Man 2 was early enough that like we weren't quite at full levels of stupid for the MCU, but it wasn't that far off. Whichever one gets done first. Iron Man 2 is garbage. Iron Man 1 is incredible, but Iron Man 2 is garbage. Iron Man 3 is worse. But that first, like, genuinely, that first Iron Man movie is, like, fantastic, in my opinion. I love that movie. Because it was before you had to watch more than one other movie to know really what was going on in Iron Man. I hope that it's a good background session, doing Blade. We are going to swap games in a couple minutes here, though. Just trying to finish this well up and get some farming going. It was worth it till endgame? I could see that argument. I mean, that's about when I jumped ship, or stopped caring, I guess, was endgame. Sorry. It was a bit more sudden than I was expecting. All right, well, I'm presuming this is going to fill up. Maybe it won't. Oh no, it needs all this to level out first. With a pump is how you filter seawater. The way I'm doing it right here. Oh, Jesus. You know, I can't remember the last time I flooded a fortress. No joke. Well, at least you're sleeping through it, Key Dash. I guess you're sleeping through it. Of course it's the dad with 2 kids. Why is it the dad with 2 kids? Although the water is draining back down into here real quick. Oh no, it's not going to drain out of here though. Yet. Yeah, so in order to get out of here, I'm trying to think where even. Okay, so he'd have to walk over to here. Yeah, you're dead. Well, it's time to press F to pay respects. Now, this will all drain. So that's actually wild. I had no idea that would have so much pressure on it. Well, I guess you learn something every day. But I guess that makes sense, actually, now that I think about how the water physics works. And also, we have plenty of space now to bury stuff. Well, we'll toss our first tomb back here. I'll just need to, trying to think how I can get rid of this water. I guess just start channeling it out. Really? Oh, that's because that's block floor. Duh. Don't you fall in there, Dwarf. I was gonna say, if you fall in here, you're actually gonna die, so maybe don't do that. Maybe climb out. Maybe climb out. Maybe climb out. You just channeled down into... Well. Can't win them all. Yep. That was my fault, because I left the auto mine task there. Should have known better. No matter how good you are at this game, sometimes you drown a dwarf. You got a mine again? It's time to pick up your old pickaxe. Where are you? What are you doing, Dwarf? That doesn't seem smart. I'm not an expert, but that seems dumb. Good news is we got plenty of water now. Also, this is all fresh water. This isn't salt water, so... that part is good, I suppose. Actually, hold on. Okay, no, we did lose only 2. I was like, did we lose 3? He was trying to climb while carrying a boulder and a pickaxe. Don't ask me how that works. I choose to remain ignorant on how that works, in fact. The good news is I can just farm up here now. I wasn't planning on doing that, but that's the good news, I guess, is we can just start farming now. So I guess that does fix one problem. Yes, but not the same day. So if you use the name command a second time the same day, you get whatever I feel like giving you. Unless you want to give it to somebody else. But I've made it cheaper so that gifting them is kind of irrelevant. But, you know, the body's still warm. Let the family grieve a little bit. Is kind of the way I think about it. Oh, I don't actually have a second pickaxe, I don't think. Save the game, okay. Is that a name dwarf? I don't think so. At least neither of the ones that died were. Just planning for when you get killed? Come on, it's not that guaranteed. It's not as bad as you think it is, come on. Well, how's it going? It's fine, don't mind the flash flooding. Planned and calculated. Oh, okay, fair enough, Silowick. No, because it was that leather worker who just got made into a miner. So it was not, in fact, a named dwarf. I'm not sure which command you're looking for. Silowick. Do we still have all of our dwarves? Yes! That are the ones that are alive anyway. And only that. None of the other ones. Okay, so I need to make another pickaxe is what I need to do. Because currently all of my pickaxes are underwater. Does every bedroom get a complimentary coffin? No, because then they're one-use bedrooms. Just because I have no alerts doesn't mean my dwarves are going to die any more frequently than they do normally. And I don't do that normally, so why would I do that now? Bastet, don't be that person, please. I don't need that in my life. You do not need to be the "are we there yet" kid. Nobody likes that kid. No combat log, no death notification? Sure. Why not? You should know me well enough by this point, Bastet, to know that if you pester me to do something, it's how to make sure that I just refuse to do that thing eventually. So, I am a spiteful child in some ways. So, if you want to make sure that I don't do that thing, ask repeatedly for it. Or go buy it and play it yourself. Because I want to unscrew up this mess. Okay? Actually, the reason this is a bad idea is now I'm training my audience so that they just never ask me to play other things, so I just presume they only want me to play this game, and then slowly they all drift away. Thought I assigned that to only select to do this. It's odd. Okay, fine. Go plant seeds then, dwarves. I didn't want you to mine anyway. Spoiler-free fortress goals for an intermediate player. Something you haven't done yet. I don't know how to answer that question. That's like saying, what should I do when I go outside? Something you've enjoyed doing so far and more of it? I don't know. Are there spoilers in this game? Some people haven't read Lord of the Rings, my friend. I know it's surprising, but it is the truth. Was not an April Fool's Day joke? Yep. It would have been April Fool's Day's joke if it was about cabbages. There we go. I mean, it wasn't announced on April 1st, so obviously it wasn't an April Fool's Day joke. I mean, yeah, that's actually the response is become the mountain home. That actually is the response, I think. So you should look for something terrible. Also, a glass of Joe Simpson. You are in a channel that doesn't give a shit about spoilers in Dwarf Fortress. So, just an FYI. It's not really a threat, per se, but, like, I don't shy away from spoilers because I think spoilers for this game are kind of silly. Should be fine. Just need to get all this water drained out sooner than later. There's one with one population, the queen, and 0 sites. It's kind of similar to like what ended up happening here, actually. So to stop that from happening again, I'm just gonna plunk that down over there. And then up here, there is a page on the wiki that may be able to help your goal for spoiler-ish free goals. There's a page on the wiki called Playstyle Challenge, and that page may be what you're looking for. It just has a bunch of player-made goals for fortresses in Dwarf Fort. Some of them might be spoiler-ish, but like if you don't want player design goals, you just gotta dig down and find the lava sea. And there's some valuable things down there. If you haven't become the mountain home, you should go seek mountain homage. To make sure that the Tolkien books are the final books you will read, you've spent some years resisting the urges to read them without waiting for your deathbed. I have a question. Have you seen the movies? Because if you haven't read the Tolkien books and you haven't seen the movies, you might be the first person I've ever met who hasn't either watched the movies or read the books. Okay, well then you're not really missing that all that much. You know the gist at the very least. Just sans the extremely over-explained explanations. Kind of love the chaotic nature of this visually. I think it looks kind of awesome. You want his works to be the last thing you read? I don't get the appeal or the real point behind that, but hey, more power to you. Especially with the Silmarillion. I mean, the Silmarillion's just boring, so. At least I found it to be quite dull. There's real gold in there? No, I mean, the Playstyle Challenge wiki is like one of the few pages from the wiki that I wish was mostly just like copied and pasted whole cloth into the game itself. There's very few pages on the wiki like that, but that is one of them. Although some of the things in the Playstyle Challenge wiki are also, how do I put this? Not really completable anymore due to the game changing pretty astronomically in its time in its time that it's existed. The name something request should be up if somebody wants to claim it one more time before we swap games. I traded off reading the Silmarillion with my older sister during a road trip. It was a long road trip. And my mom. It was like my mom, my sister, and my... Doesn't work for you for some reason. It worked. I hate to break it to you. So what would you like? Would you like a dwarf or something else? And if you want a dwarf, do you want a dwarf with a beard or a dwarf without a beard? One of your old high school buddies used to read War and Peace for fun? Ah, are you sure they weren't lying? Nobody? That's like saying I read Moby Dick for fun. You don't do that. That person isn't human. I also read the dictionary for fun, and you know what? It had a better through line and plot and was easier to follow than the War and Peace. They were just like that. Okay, so the person who's like, I read War and Peace for fun is the same person who goes around on the internet and says, I have 6 bachelor degrees when they don't. And a master's in trolling. They're just a pre-internet troll. Can you rename a squad? Sure. Assuming you know what words in Dwarven you want to rename it to. No, you didn't miss another troll. I was taught. I was just stating that anybody who claims that they read War and Peace for fun is lying. I refuse to believe this on principle. It's like saying that you enjoy the second Star Trek movie. Or the first one, for that matter. Also, yes, this is intended as a joke, if it wasn't clear. The violent end... Okay, hold on. Let's see if I can do this. The Violent End of Surprises is now the name of my squad. Well done. You done did it. And that's now going to get fortified, so what's left there will drain off the map. I don't know why this dwarf is just like sleeping, but they have a bedroom. But like, what I actually imagine somebody who says that they read War and Peace for fun is doing is they read War and Peace once, didn't hate it, think it's funny that everybody else hates it, and then just has enough of it memorized or has reread enough vital parts of it so that they have chunks of it memorized in case somebody quizzes them, that they can just say that they read it for fun for their nerd cred. It's like, you know, somebody who's like, yeah, I speedrun NetHack for fun. Same vibe. It's like, okay, I get it. You're flexing. Cool, thanks. You have too much free time and need a hobby. And your only hobby is reading. Or your only hobby is video games. You're off to dinner. You have a good dinner, Zoe. Cimmerillion is quite dreamlike. Yeah, it's a weird book. All of this started off with the Cimmerillion is a boring book. All right, there we go. So this will all slowly drain. I really like the chaotic mess that is this little fortress, and I'm looking forward to playing more of it. I'm just going to go over to here, and I'm going to place a farmer's workshop there, and I'm going to go around the edge of this and make a seed stockpile, but only for specific seeds. It's going to be for plump helmets, cave wheat. Actually, sorry, no, not plants. Seeds. Cave wheat seeds, plump helmet seeds, and sweet pod seeds, and pigtail seeds. And then I'm going to remove all barrels. Done. And go up to here and remove those seeds from up here. Pig, plump, cave, sweet. And then they'll be placed over here in this stockpile. And then you, right there, I'm actually going to go up to here and I'm going to go process plants. And I'm just going to say check daily and do 10 when there's 10. And I'm also going to stop brewing pigtails. Don't brew pigtails, please. It's good to be on later again, Tanko Joe. It is good to be on later. And you here are going to process some plants. Never mind. Apparently I don't have enough plants to process. So the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to go here and type in pigtails. And place those down here. Done. So they're going to process plants, milk animal, and make cheese. And it begins. Oh, it's just that a dwarf has grown attached to a warhammer. That's one that you can't disable. And then these are just dwarves changing tasks. Like my king snake person is now a mechanic, which is kind of awesome. King snake mechanics. And all right. Well, not a bad day one for a fort, aside from the fact that 2 people died, but that's fine. We won't remember them, or we will, every time I look at the coffins and contemplate my mistakes. I will just place 2 statues of honey badgers so that you guys know that we mean business. And I think it's time to save and return to title. But we're not ending the stream just yet, so don't run away and panic. We're going to go play some Star Sector for like an hour and a half, 2 hours. I've been live for 9.5 hours. I think we'll go for 11. So yeah, Elfie, if you're hanging around, could you turn off the redeem something notification command, please? And YouTube folks, if you want, stick around. Otherwise, we'll be... I think the reason I think that the Silmarillion was boring, just for a little bit of clarity, is I was a child. I probably would enjoy it more now, although I don't generally have the patience for fiction. How Star Sector been treating you? You never made it too deep. I kind of hated it by the end of day 1. I kind of like it by the end of day 2. We'll see how I feel in an hour. Smuggling is fun. I mean, I'm not shutting down the YouTube stream. Fraga, what? I just said stick around. Lisp? Who's lisping? Hmm.